All right, and we're back with the future stream here, a little bit late, but it is what it is, my friends. So here we go. Futures opened lower, gapped down, and going down further. As a bear, I have to admit, I kind of wanted to see it open up, but I'll take open down too. So yeah, we got stocks opening down. We have energy opening up. Um, Gasoline's about flat, but natural gas is up, and well, I guess crude is basically flat. Let's see here. It's up a little bit, climbing. Volatility futures, VIX futures are up, and let's see, bonds down, of course. So we get all the classic correlations here. Stocks correlated negative or inversely with bonds and volatility. Or I'm sorry, we're looking at the bond prices here, not the yields, so it's trading the same way. But if we were to look at the 10-year yield, we would see that excuse me, we would see that it's a little higher. And same with the dollar. Down here in the lower right corner, we see the dollar gapped up as well. So let's see, and so I want to look at some more market-based stuff in this stream. So I'm going to bring in some different things here uh, momentarily. And let's take a look at crypto too, because it was a little bit down earlier. Yeah. Ethereum, Bitcoin, Cardano, XRP, Doge. So Doge is down 3.5%. Ethereum's right at 2% down. Bitcoin 1.5%. So are we seeing the reckoning? Are we seeing the repentance for the sins of uh, pandemic froth in 2023? And borrowing from the last stream, I'll say if it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. What was obvious, what I believe was being perceived as obvious, is the bull market is back. The Fed's pivoting, slowing the interest rate hikes. Um, it's time to go crazy. But we see a lot of important economic indicators that seem to disagree with that, seem to contradict that, and we'll look at some of those. So anybody who's seen my future streams in the past, you know that I like the website tradingeconomics.com, and they have a good economic calendar. Just have to, as much as I, I'm really curious about Mexico and Singapore. Um, we have to just go with the U.S. because it's enough to try to get our heads around this. So we can look at, actually, we'll look at last week first and look at some of these numbers here. Um, so on Monday, we started out with some employment numbers, home price numbers. Those were about flat. We saw slightly weaker than expected and weaker than last month Chicago PMI, and we saw a slightly lower consumer confidence as well by a couple points. That was Tuesday. Wednesday, of course, we had the FOMC, but we also had ADP employment change numbers, and they said 106,000. They said it added 106,000. Consensus was at 178. Last month was 235, 253. I'm sorry. So keep that in mind. We saw ISM manufacturing PMI. We saw that um, a little bit lower. JOLTS job openings. We saw that higher. So there's plenty of job openings. JOLTS job quits about flat on the month of December. Manufacturing price, ISM manufacturing prices. Institute for Supply Management. Couldn't remember what that stood for. Slightly higher, 44.5 as opposed to 39.4. So about 5 points higher than the consensus estimates. And then, of course, we had the FOMC rate decision, 25 basis points. Thursday, we had challenger job cuts, which came in way under the forecast of 54,000 at 102,000. Labor costs came in a little low preliminarily. Non-farm productivity was a little higher. Initial jobless claims was lower than the consensus and the forecast and lower than last week. These are weekly. Continuing jobless claims also lower than previous week and estimates. Factory orders about flat to the consensus, but higher than previous month. And vehicle sales were up by a couple million. Friday, we got the unemployment rate, which went down by 0.1% to 3.4. Went down under estimate, under consensus, under last month. Non-farm payrolls. This is the shocker, the big shocker. 517,000 jobs added in January. The consensus was 185,000. Previously, we added 260,000, but we blew that out of the water. And here it is in chart form. So they say it was an unexpected creation of 517,000 jobs, the most since July, and way above an average monthly gain of 401,000 in 2022, easily beating market forecasts of 185. Job growth was widespread in January, led by gains in leisure and hospitality, professional and business services, and healthcare. Employment also increased in government. So that was interesting. 74,000 jobs created by the government, partially reflecting the return of workers from a university strike in California. Other gains are seen in retail, trade, construction, transportation and warehousing, and manufacturing. There are also big revisions, with employment gains in November and December combined being 71,000 higher than previously reported. The January data continue to show a tight labor market, although some companies prepare for an economic slowdown and the tech layoffs continue. So we got this like bifurcation, this splitting of what is happening here. Let me bring the chat in because we have a maritime guest, a maritime participant here. That's pretty cool. And that is none other than the famous Model 3 dude. Is that one of those Tesla boats? Just kidding. Let's get that in here. There it is. Well, sort of. So cool. You could join us from the boat, Model 3 dude. That's awesome. Hope you have a good time. I'm sure you will. What is there a theme to this cruise? Is it a 80s? Oh, you already did the 80s cruise. Is it the 70s cruise? Is it just a regular cruise? Tell us about the cruise. That's pretty cool. Never been on a cruise. Maybe someday. So this is something here. The job numbers. So anything else? Let's see. Friday. Let's see what else. So all those jobs were added, but the labor participation rate was only up by 0.1%. So that's interesting. A lot of weirdness in these numbers, but it's basically hovering around 62. I don't know what the long-term average is on that. Average earnings are actually down year over year and month to month. Average weekly hours is about the same at 34 and change. Government payrolls increased. We see a higher ISM non-manufacturing PMI. Also non-manufacturing employment. New orders is way up by like 15 points here, but non-manufacturing prices are actually down. So go figure. Non-manufacturing business activities up. And yeah, that's about it. So let's see. Mexico, 8 days. Stupid muster drill. What's that? Muster drill. Oh, okay. A mandatory safety exercise. Oh, God. Oh, geez. Well, see, if it were my first time on a cruise, I would probably be like, yeah, I'm going to take notes. It's very interesting. I'm going to take video. I'm going to make sure I know how to get on that lifeboat. But an old hat like yourself, Model 3 dude, he's like, I know where they're at. I know how to do it. So I could see how that would be annoying. Sort of like the fire drills in school. So let's see what we got coming up this week. This week. So this week, balance of trade, imports, exports. We got Powell speaking on Tuesday. So a lot of people are looking to this speech to be like his second chance to redo what he screwed up last Wednesday. We'll see. We also have Barr. Who's Barr? Forget Barr's name. I forget Barr. Consumer credit. So that's Tuesday. Um, some gasoline stuff. That's weekly. Thursday, initial jobless claims. So we have the employment stuff, unemployment stuff rather. And Friday, we got Michigan consumer sentiment, expectations, and current conditions. Also, 5-year expectation of inflation expectations. And we have another Fed speaker, Waller. We also have Waller on Wednesday. Waller and Barr again on Wednesday. So we got a lot of Fed speakers coming out now after the FOMC, after the blackout period. If something happens, an old sailor like me and my wife would be the only ones to survive. Well, good to know. Um, do you own a boat, Model 3 dude? You have a boat? My boss has a boat. It's all he ever talks about. Oh, I can't wait till it's boating season again because it was like 15 degrees earlier last week. 15 degrees, and we were out on site together, and you know, boy, it was cold, but um, yeah, can't wait till boating season starts. Oh, you got to come check out the boat. And let's see, Friday we have all that Michigan data and Fed Waller and Fed Harker. Harker. So um, it's an interesting week. We got a lot of stuff happening there. Okay. I kind of want to do is go to we look at the AMC stock subreddit, we look at the GME meltdown subreddit, but It's not that often that we look at actually at Wall Street bets. What are they saying over there? What's Wall Street bets got today? It's probably going to be a bunch of nonsense, so we probably won't be here long. But member of a yacht club, and it's always boating season in San Diego. I know. Tell that to my boss in Cleveland, Ohio. Ugh. I mean, we like our boating here, but it's a very narrow window of time. Which we may or may not have a spring, may or may not have a fall. So it's yeah, it's a summertime thing. But the time we know it, it's time for clam bakes. And that's that. Oh boy. All right. You guys are growing. Gas prices, housing prices, inflation rates. You guys are rising. Yield curve continue to invert more. I don't know where everybody. I think everybody got tired out on the last stream. I don't know. Not sure. Wait, crude oil is continuing to go. Let's pop back over here. Crude oil is continuing to march steadily up. Looks like we got a little bit of a reversal here in the dollar. So, one of the correlations that we talk about is the dollar going down, being inflationary for energy because of the nature of the trade in the petrodollar. But we also have an inverse correlation between the dollar and equities, stocks generally. So we see that here and we see that here. Um, but we continue to see bonds are lower and flat. Well, these are actually the 10-year notes, but bonds. Um, maybe we'll see. Um, so we saw the dollar up on Friday. Let me switch to a 15-minute. We saw the dollar hit a low here of around 100.8, 182, 100.82, and then it kind of that was a bottom, and we've seen it rise steadily. Friday we saw it up a couple dollars, a couple points, whatever they are. Um, and so now we did gap a little higher. Now it's coming down. It's filling this gap. Maybe it'll pop higher. Maybe it'll bounce off of this level. Maybe. Who knows? Okay. Inverted yield curve. Let's see. I have that saved here somewhere. Well, anyway, 10-year minus a 2-year. So let's see. Let's put this into a bigger time frame. Uh, yeah, it was more inverted back in December. So get with the times, Wall Street bets. Oh, but they've got the 3-month and the 10-year, so that's not the same spread. So let's go to 03 MY. Try that. Okay, there we go. So that is, yeah, there it is. That's what they're showing. So it's the 10-year minus the 3-month, or the way they say it, buy 10-year, sell 3-month. So there it is. Those curve inversions are pretty well known as recession indicator. So we see the bonds yields rise on the strong report. Dollar bounces off of 9-month lows we just looked at. And there really hasn't been, to my knowledge, a cycle shift in the economy from from a high inflation situation to normalcy. um, without having a shock to the economy. So that happened every time. What was the volume on Ape Friday? Let's look. Now our friend Ant Trade Can't Trade said Ape was supposed to run to $5. I forgot all about this, but I put it on here. Supposed to run to $5 last week. It didn't. Volume was 61.9 million. 61.9 million, which is a little under half of the average 10-day average volume. So, yeah. AMC, by contrast, was 52 million. 52 million, average volume 33. So again, under half. Um, on Ape, so this is an interesting comparison. Let me pull up something else here. Let me do a new layout and do a comparison thing. Two charts. So let's put AMC here and Ape here, and link everything, time, interval, date range. So now they should move together. Yes. Why is it like that? That's weird. Uh, interesting. Okay. I don't know why it looks like that. Don't like that. That's after hours anyway. So, well, fine. Just go regular trading hours. Um, so if we look at daily on this, we're way away from normal, and that was what the Fed was saying. It is what the Fed was saying, and um, dissecting Powell's statements. Well, I mean, I think he was pretty clear, but I already get it. I really it is baffling to me that it was interpreted the way it was. But he also could have been more forceful, and it was in the question and answer period where he also kind of contradicted himself a little bit. So he said, for example, he said, we're going to continue, at least at one more rate hikes. Um, we're starting to see inflation come down, or we're starting to see disinflation, or starting to see inflation grow at a smaller amount. Let me clarify. It's not coming down. It's growing more slowly, growing by less. But he also said certain sectors are not seeing inflation abate. So, what's up with that? And why aren't these lined up? Okay, now they are. Yeah, it is interesting how both kind of run at the same volume but different values. And, um, it's such a weird thing, but and I don't also what's weird is it's not lining it up like it's supposed to, but come on. Okay. So this is a daily chart and so I have volume on here. Jeez. What is net volume? I don't know what net volume is. I guess buys minus sells, maybe? But that doesn't make sense. I don't know actually. Net volume is calculated by deducting the uptick volume of a security or asset by the security's downtick volume over a period of time chosen by the trader. It separates itself from other volume indicators because it makes a clear distinction whether a market is bullish or bearish. Traders will most likely see net volume displayed below the price chart. Market direction. Positive net volume may show that uptick in buying pressure is exceeding downtick in selling pressure in an asset. Okay, so it is. Subtracts up from down. Okay. So then, okay. So even though, for example, here we see a red candle, this red candle contains buying and selling. So from here to here, we have a positive net volume, and the price went higher, so that makes sense. But here, for example, we have a lower net volume, and the price also went up. So interesting. I've never seen that indicator before. Never seen it. So anyway, um, on AMC, let me get that off there. On AMC, I noticed that we saw increased volume on these two red days here. Even though it gapped up, it's still the price went down. So we see a red candle and then this doji type. I don't know if that's a grape. Is it a gravestone? I'm not good on all the technical names, but gravestone doji, sort of, sort of. It kind of is. I mean, the price was flat on Friday on AMC. It was flat, so I guess it is. And what is this candle pattern? What does that candle mean? It's a bearish indicator, bearish reversal. Uh, Open, low, and closing prices are all near each other with a long upper shadow. The long upper shadow suggests the bullish advance at the beginning of the session was overcome by bears at the end of the session. And what did we see happen on AMC on Friday? Well, pretty much exactly that. We had a bullish opening of the session, and then the rest of it hit this and then came back down. So if we put on our session volume profile, maybe get some levels here, we could see, well, where did it reverse? It reversed right at this point here. I'll put the arrow there. The arrow is actually there. Actually, it's not quite. Yeah, I guess it is right there. So what I'm noticing is, well, I guess it is off. It's not exactly it. Didn't quite make it up there. But this level here, this point of control back over here, it kind of was more like at this value area high, maybe. Was it? Sort of. It was in between the two. So somewhere around there. That was those levels were achieved back in December, early December. So it went back to levels from early December and then reversed. Um, so I like to look at these levels for potential targets if I were trading this, which I'm not. But yeah, there's that Friday move again. There, and came down basically to the same, essentially the same level it started at. I mean, it saw this kind of the same thing Thursday, although it was a little bit more subdued. Wednesday was different, and this was kind of afternoon rally. Well, morning open, sell off, and then uptrend into the close. And Monday was just a big old down day. So it is interesting. I mean, I can't believe that people think that this is like run by an algo, and singular algo. Okay, now we're seeing the Thought it would bottom back. The dollar would kind of bounce from that level where it was previously, and it pretty much did. So we saw that. Um, yeah. Now let's look at the SPX. Actually, we'll go to the. Oh, yeah, sure. SPX. So on the S&P 500, the actual SPX index, we see a put call ratio of 1.3. So more puts than calls. But what about the NASDAQ NDX? And this is Friday data. We also see 1.3. And what about the just the Russell? I forget. RUT 1.025. So about equal. It's still wild to me that the AMC option chain is so bullish or bearish. I'm sorry. 1.3 also on the put to call ratio. And again, interesting to breakdown of the trades on Friday. So a lot of low delta puts, 90% delta between 0 and 20, whereas on the calls it was spread out about 25% in each category. So the higher deltas, of course, being the more expensive contracts and the ones that are likely to remain in the money, possibly 50 being the midpoint, where in the money, out of the money splits off. But we also have this incredibly high in IV. So I personally, I'm staying away from these options unless I would sell options, which I'm not, or um, run some type of other strategy that would be volatility neutral. And of course, I like option strat for any of this type of stuff. So, for example, um, something like these butterflies, condors, stuff like that. So if we were to do like, let's say that, I don't know, I mean, obviously short strangles and straddles are good. Um, I don't know. Let's look at this. I haven't looked at this, so I'm not sure if it's even a good idea. Probably not. Let's change to a higher time frame here. Boy, a max profit of $11. Wow, that's a great deal. Um, Actually, you know what? We'll just go to some spreads. Like I don't know. Let's say you're bearish. Let's say you're bearish. How could anybody be bearish on AMC? Well, how bearish are you? So here, let's do this. We'll let it tell us. Say I'm bearish. Here's some options. Long put, bear spread. So you can risk 75 to make 125. It's not bad. we can optimize for maximum return or maximum chance of profit. Sometimes opting for the chance of profit will reduce the profit. So $2, $3 versus $35 or $117. Risk $41 to make 117. How about that? It is going to be sensitive to volatility, though. That's the problem. Um, but if it's in the money, then it's going to be less. So, but here's what you need. You need AMC to be under 526 by February 17th. 526 is your break even on this spread where you're buying a 550 call and selling a 3 call. So you're going to sell the 3 call, collect 310. You're going to buy the AMC call, the 5.5 call, and pay 84. So you're going to be credited a net credit of 226. You do need some collateral for this, but your maximum loss is only $24. So you make $226 on this potentially for a maximum risk of only $24. So I mean, shoot, you could do 6 of these. Let's say 4 of these for $100, right? Potentially, maximum profit $900, maximum loss $96. Not bad. If you thought it was going to be under there. Want to earn a 4.8% yield. Treasury account on public. Let me guess. You want me to use your promotional code? Sorry. So anyway, we gravestone doji. That's what it looks like in a shorter time frame. But when you go to a day, that's what it looks like. So that's a bearish candle. Bearish candle. And we've seen candles like this, doji style candles all the time in these reversals here. You know, not always, and they're not always exactly the same, but here's one right there. I mean, here's another one right there. So while not, necessarily accurate, what does it indicate? Well, we read that it indicates um, usually it's a bullish advance at the beginning and bears taking over at the end. So that's what we saw. This often comes just before a longer term bearish downtrend. Often, not always. Can be used as a sign to take profits on a bullish position or enter a bearish trade. So I don't put a lot of, I don't- you know, I don't necessarily put a lot of, faith in these patterns because um, I think maybe when most of the trading was done by actual human beings, maybe there was more credence to it. Now, I don't know. I don't know. Certainly seen a lot of nonsensical candle patterns. Like, okay, this indicates this in terms of market psychology. But then, and this is mostly intraday, but sometimes not. But you see something that would be, it would show signs of, I don't know, sellers exhausting or something. And then, a couple minutes later, it just blasts to the downside. So you got to take it with a grain of salt, in my opinion. Lynn wants to go sailing. Grew up with Cal 28 and 32. I don't know what that means, but that's cool. What's happened, Lynn? Um, Okay. Clawing our way back up. So now we have a situation where we have, this is just how funky the market can be sometimes. So now we have the dollar marching back up. At the same time we had that, we have equities, stocks also marching up. So remember, beginning we had the dollar going down, we had stocks going down. Now we have the dollar going up and stocks going up. So what's up with that? It's early in the session. Everything now is kind of meaningless, but it's fun to look at. Cal is make 28 is feet. I also don't know what that means. I gotta say, I don't. Okay. The boat is 28 feet long. Okay. Okay. Now that I understand. That I understand. All right, let's see what's going on here on YouTube. Okay, let me change that. So I'm just looking at some titles here. Um, this is Ron Walker. He's a technical analyst guy. The dumb money is confident the stock market crashes over, just like they were at all the 2022 tops. Yeah, the a dumb money top. I'd say that's probably not that far off. See if Ira Epstein has any videos out today. I don't know if he does. Let's just pop in here for a little bit.
And this is for Friday, the 3rd of February, 2023.
So this is for Friday.
We wake up this morning to a tsunami of jobs. 517,000 jobs. The biggest number I saw was a 300,000 guess, and I flipped through everything. Nobody was at 517. Then to make matters even wilder, they revised the December number, which was a beat, up another 30 or some odd thousand jobs. So we've been talking here that one of the things that's been going on is big name companies keep letting people go. They say that the really small companies aren't hiring. They're in trouble even paying rent, some of them. But the middle size, 20 employees or more, they are aggressive in what they're doing. So these people are finding jobs somewhere. In addition, more people are joining the job force. In addition, labor costs have dropped. This is a Goldilocks scenario. You have inflation wobbling. You have people coming in to the jobs. They're getting what they need. The Fed, what's this going to do? Well, Tuesday, David Rubenstein on Bloomberg is going to do an interview. I think it's 11:30 Chicago time with Fed Chair Powell. He's got
really?
questions. What a time to have a scheduled
Interesting.
interview.
Okay.
And
that'll be a good one.
I think that the Fed chair did a terrible job on Wednesday. I think he gets a chance here to clean everything up. I think the Fed chair is going to say they're going to keep going.
Market's going to go up on Tuesday. Just
they'll have to stay up longer, and they'll find that happy spot. And guess what? Their job got a lot easier. if you have people working and you raise interest rates, I know that he wants to see the jobs end. He wants to see where the JOLTS number drops, where the employment number goes up. The employment number today went back to a 1969 low, a 5-decade low. So this is one powerful economy. And with that power, what happens is you're going to see interest rates climb a bit again. The mortgages that went down to 6.09, they're going to climb up a little bit again. But at the end of the day, as I said, it's a Goldilocks scenario. I don't think we have a bad ending out of all this. And while the stock market was down, it's not a crash off of it. So you're due for a correction, but that's the question, a correction. Let's take a look and go through the charts. First, for months on end, I've been saying it wouldn't surprise me if we make a run towards the 18-month moving average of closes. Was that it? I don't know. 41.90.
His magic number is 18.
40, let's see. The
18-day moving average, 18-week moving average, 18-month moving average.
18-week average is 41.90. We, on a closing basis, we got now to 41.47. Do the last 40 points matter? I don't know. They don't have to. You've come from 36.01 all the way up here, 500 points. When you look at the S&P on a weekly basis, you have held and you're staying held over the 18-week average. That gives the market a bullish bias. When you go and you look at the weekly bar chart, I had told you I think we're in levels of resistance, and you still are. I can't get away from it.
He was pretty bearish before.
Still one of a higher high and a lower low, and you'll probably get a correction from this week. You still closed very good for the week, up 1.5%. Where'd the market go to? If you're a regular, if you're a subscriber of mine, if you join me in my morning videos, which I want you to do so badly, this is what you were targeting. It's either that number, the closest main moving average,
100-week moving average, or 100-week moving average, bottomed out at the 200-week moving average. Yep. Let's see what else we got here.
Not embedded, out you go. So
Bollinger Bands. It's hitting the top Bollinger Band. So 95% of the time, see, I know what he's going to say. 95% of the time, it stays within the price action stays within the Bollinger Band. So what do you see? You can look at all these other examples. It hits the top band and it bounces down. He says that's where the smart money comes off. You take profits. NASDAQ, I actually want to hear what he has to say about this. That's the one I trade. Whoops, oops, oops, oh, whoop. Let's see.
Market can afford to give you a bit of a correction. You closed over the upper Bollinger Band in the NASDAQ. Only 5% of the time does the market stay over or under a Bollinger Band. So you're in sort of rarefied territory. That band is going to climb next week, and I'm thinking prices will slip back into it. Are we trending? Again, you've had this vertical rise since December, week after week. So no, you don't have the pattern of higher lows, higher highs. In the Russell, this has that. And we were talking time and time again, this was your strongest. But I do think, forget today's data. Had the market just closed like this, I'd be telling you, hey, I think there's going to be big trouble between the upper Bollinger Band, the 100-week average of 2043. That's where I'm looking for the pullback. But I think that the market's going to get exceptionally well bought on breaks. Why? You just had another bullish crossover. You just saw the 18-week average get over the 200. Normally, you then make a new high. It's exactly what happened. Then we come to the 30-year bonds. So we've had a pattern of higher lows, higher highs over.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, what about Theo trade? Theo trade. Don Kaufman. Welcome to Theo Trade. This is Don Kaufman.
Welcome to Theo Trade. This is Don Kaufman. February 3rd, 2023. Just about 23 minutes left inside of your trading week with the S&Ps. Yeah, they're grinding to the upside throughout the course of this week. Of course, until right about today, S&Ps are off almost 50 handles, down just about 1%. And again, volatility, yeah, it's still very much active inside of this marketplace. We're going to discuss that and much more here on this weekend's update, dubbed Ridiculous Rally or New Bull Beginnings. Let's get right down to it, hit a couple of critical bullet points. Very first thing that I want to discuss, like, again, we could look at price action pretty much till we're blue in the face. We could talk about the Fed. We'll look at some of that. Again, it's a few of the bullets I've got over here. The single most important aspect, without unequivocation, it's the bifurcation within the sectors. And it's being missed by most that are just looking at, like, the S&P 500. Most of them just, let's just look at the NASDAQ. Take a quick glance at the NASDAQ. What has the NASDAQ been? Effectively straight up since the beginning of the year. Take a look at the S&Ps. What's it been? It's straight up since the beginning of the year. Specifically, if you look at the spiders and we come over here and say year-to-date percentages, it's up about 8%. Nice little pullback today. But the NASDAQ, the NASDAQ is up some 15% on a year-to-date basis.
Jesus.
So what am I talking about with bifurcations? Where do I actually see bifurcations? One of the things I think it's worth actually looking at here is the one of the strongest sectors last year, of course, which is the energy sector. Realize it's, for the most part, massively unchanged in the year. Moreover, I think that the most effective way to look, at the bifurcation in the sectors, it's not necessarily just to look at a year-to-date. Still too early in the year. What I want you to see in terms of bifurcations, things like, for example, advanced decline line. The advanced decline line, we haven't seen like too many days where we're like 95 stocks to the upside, or conversely, 95 stocks to the downside. We've always got, again, kind of that odd sector out. It's exactly what I want to get to actually to kick this off. So if you look at the energy sector here, and I pull up what's termed auto-expected moves. Auto-expected moves. It's using option data, to handicap forward risk. So in the case of auto-expected moves in the energy sector, a couple of weeks, if you will, grind into the upside. The first week of the year, basically flat. Second week of the year, we're actually up. Third week of the year, massively unchanged. A little bit of a reversal, but here we have right there the XLE. That's like a 2 sigma move to the outside. That's big, that's bad, that's ugly. Energy is effectively breaking down. It's kicking a leg out from under the S&P 500. Let's go right to the financials. The financials are interesting because the financials, every week, I just week in and week out, I'm like, look at the financials, look at the financials. Why? So the financials kick off the year similar fashion. They're ripping. They have a big move outside expected move. They've now rallied back this week, though. Wow. They're actually going to finish the week almost unchanged. Again, kind of neutral in this, but still kind of kicking a leg out from underneath the S&P 500. I mean, you don't have to go very far to recognize. Now we're going to pull up the QQQ. Everything that's going on inside of the market at present time. It's NASDAQ. That's it. It's just a handful of NASDAQ stocks. It's some of the usual suspects too. It's NVIDIA. It's it's a little bit of Apple. It's of course going to be Tesla. I mean, look at some of the percentage moves. I mean, Tesla, there's just, what else do you say? It's up 76%. Thing was actually up over 80% on a year-to-date basis. You have to recognize what effectively you're seeing inside of the marketplace. Sure. The financials, where have the financials been? Financials have been grinding a little higher. They're up about 6%, but the financials are by far and away on the lagging side of the returns of the S&Ps. If the S&Ps are up, 8%, obviously the financials are underperforming. It's very evident, of course, that the energy sector is underperforming. So all of the performance that's coming out of the S&Ps brought to you by anything in the NASDAQ. As I said, it's some of the usual suspects. And what's alarming by that, by that standard, you're going to look at bonds and dollar. And I'm going to bring this up again in a few minutes, but bonds and dollar, this may actually be a very key reversal. Again, we're going to come back to that because that's going to matter moving forward. Again, I like on weeks like this where, were just explosive to the upside, but we had a little bit of a pullback today. And the jobs number came out today, and we're going to talk about that in just a moment as well. And the jobs number today really rocked a couple of markets, and it could be a key reversal in several markets. All right, before I get there, though,
Could be,
so we
yeah.
have some big bifurcation in sectors. We realize that for the
Okay,
most
so bifurcation in sectors.
actually turned tail and actually rallied pretty huge. Where are we right now? We're actually facing some of the session lows here. It created a pretty tremendous amount of volatility this morning, no question about it. It's what I was starting with. This volatility is very much still alive. It's been, very one-sided for the most part. If you take a look at the present position we're in, people talk about the rally, and the rally started down here at 3,800. No, it didn't. The rally actually broke from this 39.31, which is one of our gravity points. From the 39.31, we exploded just shy, just shy of the 42.11. I believe that the high over here happened to be 42.08. We missed it by 3 points. Come on, you gotta give me that one, because I was talking about it incessantly on last week's video. The 42.11, there's certain things you just gotta kind of check boxes. I'm pretty sure we just checked that box over there. It doesn't mean we're going to go straight down, but I think it's fairly critical that we're actually hitting levels, right? We're hitting specific levels that we've hit before. Now, okay, one of the areas that we just got to cover for a moment over here, it's not so much about jobs numbers on fire, push it aside, whatever, it's just a catalyst, right? It's not so much about the Fed saw its own shadow. Punxsutawney Phil has something in common with Jerome Powell. Yeah, push it all aside, it's for nothing. Here's the critical point. So you have these bifurcation in the sectors, but the sector that's been driving this has been clearly the NASDAQ. We've already mentioned that. But the bonds and the dollar, okay, they've just seen reversals today. So, oh, wow, that data that came out, I mean, it really, yeah, the dollar was up yesterday. And you could probably say the dollar reversed yesterday. But today, this is just, it's a magnificent move back to the upside. Completely, my opinion, tide has turned in here. Because I even asked that question, tide's turning in here. This does not look good. We didn't pop just above like 102. We're flying. We're gonna hit 103 here inside of the dollar index. That coupled with the fact that bonds, huge turn. And the bonds haven't actually forged any new territory, but this looks like a key turn inside of it. As I said, the tide could very well be turning inside of the bond market. The bond market turning down. What does it do to interest rates? Okay, that's a big boy move back up inside of the 10-year. And it makes a lot of sense. If the jobs number is good, it's going to keep the Fed, pushing rates a little higher. But here is the biggest takeaway. Forget about the Fed. Look, interest rates up, bad for tech. Interest rates up, bad
for tech.
Cannot stress that enough. Interest rates up, bad for tech. Why? Tech's carrying you. So if we're going to see any follow through inside of the bond market, meaning that any sell side activity inside of that bond market, any continuation, let's actually put a number to it. 129. You get below 129 in the ZB, it's going to crack the back of the of tech. It's going to crack the back of the entire NASDAQ.
Well,
you are going to be in one more of a wild market. So we just talked.
Okay, if it cracks 129, he said, look at where the ZB is trading, right at 129. It came down right to 129 today when it opened in the first minute of trading. And it's just kind of vibrating around that. Interesting. Okay. Hey, I'll take it. Let's go below 129 and let's do it. Let's do it. All right, so that's Theo trade. See what else is he talking about here? Nothing. So financials are up. Okay.
And wait for the cavalry to hit 42.11. We hit it. You're going to see me start to allocate again. All right, last but definitely not least, as we do each and every week here.
Okay, so that's that. All right. Ooh, let's see what else is decent to look at. I don't know. The bear market has only just begun with David Rosenberg. Um, Ant trades is clueless and wrong by Marantz Rants. Oh, Donahue George. So let's pivot to AMC, I guess, for a little bit.
It's not
It's not financial advice, not legal advice.
financial advice, not legal advice, for entertainment, educational purposes only, and anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button, all that YouTube algorithm stuff, so you get the videos I put them out. See, I'm through, see, I'm analyzing that data. I'm in the Bahamas. I came down here with my dad, but
I'm in the Bahamas.
I have a theory that I wanted to
Came down here.
What? Came down here with my dad.
My dad? My guy? What?
I'm in the Bahamas. I came down here with my dad, but I have a theory that I wanted to share with y'all. I believe, like I told you in a previous video, that I believe.
Yeah, nice. You're in the Bahamas.
AMC is about to run with 1,000.
Oh, really? Oh, no, you don't say. No. I refuse to believe that that's what you think. What? Your theory is AMC's going to run.
But I have a theory that I wanted to share with y'all. I believe, like I told you in a previous video, that I believe AMC is about to run with 1,000% cost to borrow with a threshold list, which, really doesn't matter that much.
It doesn't matter that much, but yeah, I'm going to hype it though. What a piece of shit.
But here's the thing.
Hey, Donnie, you're in the Bahamas, huh? Guess what? You're committing international securities fraud, bitch. What an idiot.
When I tell you,
put this guy in Guantanamo.
That they mess with us psychologically.
Lock them all up.
They mess with us psychologically. And they've been.
Yeah. What do you call what you're doing to retail investors? Is that not messing with them psychologically? Oh, man.
Doing it for 2 years. So I believe that the psychologists, the people that they pay to tell them what we're going to do based on what they do, our reaction to their action.
Why do they need... What?
Tells them that a lot of people might sell the minute they become whole again. And I believe that is what...
What would be wrong with that?
I believe they're counting on a lot of the retail investors so sick and tired of losing money in this place, so sick and tired of the fraud and the corruption in the market, so sick and tired of the SEC, the DTCC, FINRA, CFTC not doing their job, that
what does the CFTC have to do with it?
Are going to end up selling. When it starts to run, they're going to start to sell when they are made whole, when they break even.
Guess what? We've been saying that for months here. It's called overhead supply. Yes, it happens every time the price runs up. Guess what? People sell. Price comes down every time. And guess what? It's already starting to happen this time. Yes. Ants trades little breaking the wedge with two bearish candles, one markedly more bearish than the other on increased volume. Yeah, that ain't bullish, but we see this all the time. See this every time.
And I'm going to tell you something. I'm not telling you to buy, hold, or sell, but I'm telling you that I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. We are here for...
How do we even know you have a position?
We are here for our attendees. Anyway, please leave some comments. Tell me what you think. Do you think that everything these guys been doing for the last 2...
Listen to this comment. With all the craziness going on right now, hedgies have to be in a panic. What? Personally, I think it will squeeze before the vote. If not, I agree with you. If the price jumps to 20s, 30s, 40s, they're hoping everyone will sell off cheap and get them out of a tight spot. Hodling into the thousands, regardless of how long it takes. I mean, God, this is exhausting reading this shit. Those exhausted people should tell themselves they didn't come this far just to come this far. Let the progress be shown, not forgotten. Okay? Bro, you're so right. Because I've seen hundreds of people saying they're selling when they get their investment back, which I'm not because I'm already even. Well, good for you, Corey. You're in the small minority. Here's how I feel about it. Every time we run, Adam Aaron does something. He does everything he can to push us back down. I do think we are going to run soon, but the expiration date on that run is March 14th. Not only will Adam Aaron cut our shares by 90%, Jesus, he will immediately dilute. So even if we do run, the run will be cut to ribbons by Adam Aaron. It's crazy because you're absolutely correct. I don't even care about the money. And that's exactly how they have me feeling. Just keeping it real. Sometimes we are our own worst enemies. Word of the wise, keep your head straight. Collectivism is a powerful mind screw. Okay. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I won't sit around waiting for Adam Aaron to finish my money off like I did with Ape. Fool me once, shame on me, but you won't get another chance to fool me. Good luck to those who hold into reverse split. Why wouldn't AA betray the apes? He has a group of loyalists who will justify every coordinated move he has made to screw them out of the MOAS, all while they prepare to go to the movies. It's like watching a group of people with Stockholm syndrome. Stockholm syndrome. Oh. Stockholm syndrome caused by 2 years of free market terrorism. It's just crazy. That's good. Then I must have bought in at 2,000 per share. That's what I'm hoping to get out. My sell price is over 300. Didn't hold to break even. Triple digits and I'm out of here. Okay. 0 or Lambo for me. That's the spirit. Okay. So let me go to this guy. This is the guy that I got overhead supply from in the form that I've presented it. Let me find the video because it's relevant. It is relevant. Come on now, where is it? It was kind of a while ago, so it's probably down here somewheres. I watched it, so it's there somewhere. Unless it was too good and he took it off. Tony, regardless of the vote, AMC will have it reverse split. I mean, they kind of have to, I think. Let me just search for this here. Where's the search? There. Here it is. Pretty sure this is it. Pretty sure that's it. So
I am Eric with Mother.com, and I greet you, beloveds, in the love and in the light of the one infinite creator. So today I'd like to do a follow-up to a video
Griffin.
I did last week, and the video can be seen here. I'm going to link the video in the description of this very video. So I'd like to do a quick follow-up because there were a couple of questions that came after that video. In that video, we were talking about...
This video came out at the end of 21.
A big 4 ALLK. So this is going to
be. I don't care about this one. He's going to talk about short squeezes.
Even of the market. It's somehow 100 of the gap option now. So back to the question. The question is what next? Or how long could it take? Okay. And of course,
All right.
things, for example. And we can see that one of the things that is going to hinder any movement higher is the concept known as overhead supply.
This is such good information. I wish there were more people seeing this.
Here. Now, this concept, as is referred to by the trading world, is a simple idea or understanding of how the mentality of traders and investors is going to be. So let's take a price level here. So lots of trading happens in this box in theory. So prices are within this box. Now, whenever you see a plunge, it means in theory, especially where we see a big gap down, like in this case for ALLK, what it means is that the majority of those who owned the stock, especially since this was a gap down, there was no way to get out before the 87% gap down. All of these people are in the negative. So we know that for a fact, based on the price before the gap down.
Call them bag holders, right?
Who bought the stock in this area here are down. So what happens is every time this instrument makes an attempt to move higher, it's going to be running into a severe type of resistance. Why? Because all of these people who bought at higher prices are looking to get out. The closer the stock gets to their purchase price, they are going to be selling. So this is called overhead supply. There's a lot of supply by those who are right now upside down or losing money. So every time this instrument makes a little bit of a move higher, an attempt, it's going to be faced by a lot of selling, which means that the recovery is going to take a long while.
Okay. Now, perfect example of that in this chart of AMC. Every time the price makes a run for it, it is met by an extreme type of resistance. Every time. Why would this time be any different? My question.
In theory, based on the fact that most who are holders of this instrument are still way underwater, and they are going to be blocking any speedy recovery. So that's one thing to consider. It's just the concept of overhead supply raises a very big challenge for the stock as it attempts in the future to move back to where it was. Now, can it move back to where it was? Yes, it can. Maybe a different, fundamental moving news could change the dynamics. But generally, that overhead supply is going to be a big issue going forward. So I would say it generally is going to take years. And I mean many years.
Years.
Many
years.
For this to climb out of this position to trade in the lower 80s. It's going to take many years at best. And sometimes they never go back to where they were. That's the worst case scenario. Now, day to day, we can see that the RSI still is trading below 30.9. And because the RSI is still below 30.9, even on a day-to-day perspective, there is no chance of recovery as long as your RSI is below 30.9. In fact, it would make sense, generally speaking, to see prices attempt to move higher only to make fresh new lows. So that's the...
Yep. Let's see. I don't have the RSI on here. I mean, we see the RSI swinging around, but a couple times it got into overbought territory, but those were particularly big dumps. This level here, now it's hard to see that. That level there seems to be resistance on the RSI. And it's basically curling at that point right now. So, all right. He's going to show some examples here.
I guess the risk is actually the current momentum still remains to the downside. If we take a look at the weekly chart, we can see another issue technically is on the weekly, the RSI is still below RSI 30.9. And because that RSI is below 30.9 on the weekly, this means that yes, it can have day-to-day
say that
moves,
to the ape.
but generally speaking, as long as the weekly is below RSI 30.9,
but you know, this I think this is a brilliant concept.
To recover.
Maybe this isn't the one where he definitely looks at, I guess it's not this one. I guess it's a different overhead supply video. I guess maybe I've never seen that one, but he actually shows AMC. I think it's this one here, actually. I think it's this one.
Intraday highs for
yeah, here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
All-time intraday high today. So what I wanted to discuss.
Now this video came out November 6th. So remember, this is right at the top almost.
In this video is what we've been seeing with amazing, highly public short squeeze events. The key in that statement is not the short squeeze.
Highly public.
Actually, what I'm trying to emphasize here is the public short squeeze event. Why
Very
are these
widely known,
made so clearly obvious to the general public? Why? For example, take a look at GameStop. Big move here in January. We are all familiar with this amazing short squeeze and the fact that it was being discussed by essentially everybody, including those who don't know what the stock market is. Why was it so
the
public?
apes.
Why was it the talk in every media outlet, especially the financial ones? What's the message in that? Now, from a technical standpoint, because I always do want to make sure I stick to the technicals, notice in all of this, if not most of them, it's essentially a one and done event.
A one and done event
is more fluid, more powerful than the subsequent bounces. And the reason is very simple.
Okay, before we get to the reason, you know, we see that on a lot of these, and we're going to see those examples here, but before that, we're going to go to the futures, back over the futures and look and see what the markets are doing. But as we do that, you know, think about that that picture of the large move at the beginning and then the subsequent bounces, and that motion, like an impulsive move. You could say like a ball bouncing off the ground is like that, because, or throwing a stone into the pond. You get the big wave and then you get the smaller ripples that go out. That or a pendulum even, because it'll never go as far as it did the first few times, and then it's always going to contract, and that it's almost a vibratory motion, and some analysts do talk about vibrations. The most notable that the apes would know is BAM. BAM talks about zones of vibration, which he didn't come up with. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's not nonsense, but I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying he didn't come up with it. This actually goes back to I believe it goes back to William Gann in the 20s, teens and 19 teens and 20s, who, and basically it's essentially the idea that of zones. So instead of a particular price level, you've got a zone, because there's a lot of there's a lot of trading around, 200, but some's higher, some's lower, some's at 200, but it's kind of the average, if you will, or the line that goes through the middle of it, something like that. Where does it all end up? So anyway, that concept, see it a lot. Even on an intraday basis, actually happens quite a bit intraday. We see large, and of course now I'm not going to be able to see it, but not on this option here, but sometimes we see it. I haven't been seeing it a lot necessarily lately because we've had a trending market pretty strongly, but well, anyway, I'll find an example. Well, anyway, we'll look at that. Okay, how do let's see here. What I need to do is, I need to get the cursors synchronized here. I used to have that, and now it's not. Different computer. Oops. Well, while I do that, we'll go back to over at Supply Guy, because it really does make it easier to see when all the cursors move
all of
together.
this, if not most of them, it's essentially a one and done event. This event is more fluid, more powerful.
This is something that we've been trying to say too. Stock, I know, Stockholm.
And the reason
that's
is very simple.
Ignorant.
Before the move here, you can see there's no price action here. In other words, the stock had not traded in those price levels. So this is an aspect of trading called overhead supply. In other words, if you own the stock in this phase, everybody was happy, giddy, excited. Just
like when an important thing to remember is that there was no trading in these levels up here. So there are no existing positions there. Nobody before this time had paid those prices for this security. It's kind of profound, really. Because now everybody, everybody who's up there, there's nothing. Yeah. Keep going.
To own and enjoy this massive run. In other words, there were no disgruntled sellers. But now,
disgruntled sellers,
plunge, and it was a serious plunge.
Boy, we have some disgruntled sellers now. We have some disgruntled people and plenty of disgruntled sellers. Wow. Yep. It's playing out.
But now,
it's been playing out.
After this plunge, and it was
months.
A serious plunge from a percentage point, this reversal here, taking the stock from, let's call it 460, down to the lows here of, I think was 34. This is a massive plunge. So all these people who are trapped here, all of them, we're talking millions of
millions.
All those who are trapped in that very powerful reversal are gonna be sellers during this move to recover. So as you try and recover here, all of these people are just putting pressure and selling. And that's why it eventually cannot hold in theory. And it starts pulling back here. And then there's another attempt that ultimately also cannot sustain the upward momentum, and we see this drifting lower. In other words, in all of this, like I said, it's a one and done event. One and done. And I know many people are going to go and play this just from recent memory because we are also predictable. I mean, we really are. All of these people are playing thinking this thing is going to 500, 600, 700, 800. Even the ones playing it this week are thinking that we are going to go back to this phase. But you have to understand overhead supply. In other words, when a stock is making all-time highs, there are no natural sellers. Everybody is just happy.
There are no natural sellers.
In theory. So
because nobody bought anywhere. Yeah.
Who's selling? Nobody. And if you want the people in this phase to sell the shares to you, you have to tempt them with higher prices. And even that is not the reason for this video. The reason for this video is that big question. Why are these short squeezes very public? And I'll try and answer that question towards the end. Let's take a look at another recent short squeeze. And again, I'm going to just go through them quickly. This is AMC. We are all familiar with this move in AMC in May and early June of 2021.
Boom.
Move. And again,
or should I say,
this is
bam.
A one and done situation. We have to understand this. This move has a good chance of spiking. Why? Because there are no natural sellers. As you can see, nobody
was selling.
Has bought this.
But now, who's selling? Well, a lot of these people that are trapped here, these millions of shares, hundreds of millions of shares that were traded in all this time here. It's, yeah. It makes a lot of sense.
Last 2-3 years.
No natural sellers on the run-up.
Price range. So as it moves higher, there are no natural sellers. It's a one and done event. So to try and anticipate the next bounce in the same stock is not how the game is played. It's done. Think of it this way, if I can put it another way. So let's say it's a ball. You throw a ball in the air. It's going to bounce. But with every bounce, it's losing energy.
Losing energy every bounce.
The event you want to play. The initial
good analogy.
Throwing of the ball, quote unquote, is where you get the biggest move. The next bounces are going to be weaker and weaker, which in theory can explain why we see, yes, somebody is thinking there's going to be a bounce higher, but these bounces are just can't hold on. Why? Why? Well, again, overhead supply. All these people who are still holding are looking to sell and get out even. So every time there's a little bit of a spike in the stock, they are selling into that movement higher. And essentially, they are putting a lot of downside pressure in any attempt to move higher. Another stock here, this one, same one as AMC's AMCX. Nice move.
AMCX. I'm just going to go through some of this, excuse me, look at them here. Space. Bed Bath & Beyond. Look at that. Wow. The times have changed. Green Ridge. Look at that one. Jesus. Well, how does that look now? Is it even around? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this says it all right here, guys. Right here. Let me take this crap off here. There we go. Wow. I would say, let me go back to daily. This is a one and done. Look at that. Well, I got to get to it. Look at that. Wow. I didn't trade this one, but 2,300%.
Last couple of months, but this was support.com. Big move from, let's call it under 50.
Oh, they changed names. That's right.
So under 50 went all the way to 525 in about a month. Big move. But you'll notice, again, it's a one and done event, people. One and done. Just keep that in mind. One and done. No need to chase. Once you see this in the news, let it go. Don't even bother. Why? Because the movement...
Don't even bother, he said.
Efficient because there was nobody who bought this stock at this price level over...
How do you hear that again?
In about... Don't need to chase. One and done. Just keep that in mind. One and done. No need to chase. Once you see this in the news, let it go. Don't even bother. Why? Because the movement higher was more efficient.
The movement higher.
Nobody who bought this stock at this price level over the last couple of years. There are no natural sellers at all. One and done. And let's take a look at the one that spiked yesterday. Huge spike yesterday. Massive. And this is...
Wow. Nice.
Avis, or ticker symbol CAR. Big move. Big time move. Going from... You can even... If I take the breakout here, let's call it in the mid-90s, which is the breakout right here. Effectively, this is when the short squeeze began. So we can say that was in the 90s. Mid-90s would go all the way to trade as high as 520 over the last couple of weeks. Big time short squeeze. But again, the same theme that I've been talking about here is there are no natural sellers. It's important to understand why an instrument can spike. Nobody bought the stock at this price level over the last couple of years. In fact, this is all data for this instrument. All its trading data.
Wow.
Since 1991, 1992. All trading data. This stock has never traded above 70 until this year. This is the high, 2014. So what I'm saying is you can see that there was nobody, absolutely nobody, who owned the stock at these price levels. Above 70, above 90, which is the breakout right here, where the short squeeze begins. Nobody had owned the stock ever above 90, 95. So when it starts moving higher, there are no sellers. None. Everybody's happy. It's like they just hold on. What do they have to lose? They have nothing to lose by holding on. So they enjoy the ride. Now the problem becomes those who are going to attempt, because of this recent spike, to try and play the next bounce. So you're going to try and, this is going to, it's already pull back. It's trading at 300 now. It's going to bounce. It's going to attempt one of these. But remember, the chances of these future bounces to be successful are very low because of sellers. There are people who just happen to hold on just a couple of minutes more than they should have, and now they are holding on to a
couple minutes, couple years
of losses, and
couple years, massive bags of losses right there. Wow, this guy predicted the future. How do I pay him? How do I get this guy money? And yeah, you had some bounces. You did. For that matter, what about overstock? I'm talking about the current, most recent move. Bounces, but ultimately, I mean, okay, you know, it's about 20, whatever. Still up 750%. Still up $22 from the lows of what, $3 something, $4. I mean, and what better example of that than what better example of this concept of overhead supply is this? What better is there than this? AMC. Yeah. If you put it on logarithmic scale, it looks a little different. Let me take these lines off here. And I can understand why people would use this. So, for example, from here to here is like $26, or I mean, this is the split adjusted, whatever, $25 or 60%. So it looks like it went down less. I think that's why people would use this. I mean, with AMC and the meme stonks and stuff, not the pros, because I have seen the pros use this log scale. But now I think the best grifting can be done. These are some. I'm just giving some tips here because, of course, my YouTube channel depends on the grifters. So hey, why not help them out, right? Would be to go to Heikinashi candles and a log scale. If you did that, yeah, oh yeah. Oops. Heikinashi candles, log scale. That's not a bad looking chart. Look, it's already in an uptrend again, too. Wow. Yeah, Heikinashi makes everything look better. So does log. Okay. Okay. So, Avis, budget.
By the way, not too short.
Okay, let's see
It
what he
would
says here.
stop and slow down any spike. But now back to the main question. Why are these things made so public? Why? What is the predictive programming? Why is it that short selling is being made an example of? Why? Why, essentially, is it that everybody is essentially being programmed, repeatedly, by the way, not to short? That, in my opinion, is the underlying message. The message.
Don't short. Short selling's bad. I mean, look at we have whole, what, 4.1 million or 5 to 10 million or however you want to think about it. A lot of retail investors who've been now programmed not only by, whatever mainstream media when it was promoting this and whoever else, but just these social communities, like social media communities, YouTube, Reddit, Twitter, how much hatred and ire there is toward short sellers. They're called everything in the book and then some. Everything in the Polish book, even. So, uh, and then what happened? So this video is from November 2021. What happened in 2022? And now you already have people who are programmed to hate short selling, short sellers. You know, they're perma bulls, maybe to some degree. um, I'm not alleging any conspiracy, but it seems to be a pretty effective tactic.
message is, do not dare short any stock, because you might be part of this massive short squeeze. Do not short is the message, and they are using the media to pump this message.
I don't know who they is here.
Again.
Hedgies?
And I suspect the reason is the general trading public has become a little bit too sophisticated. And every single time the S&P 500 pulls back slightly, every single pullback in the market is loaded by traders on the short side. So it seems like it's going to be impossible to take this market down without the crowd profiting. That makes sense? In other words, traders are very sensitive, and they know that the general market is due for a plunge. So every pullback has been met with an increased amount of short selling, as traders are anticipating huge profits on the way down. So if we want to take the market lower, or should I say when they want to take the market lower, they want to do that with everybody sitting on their hands, confused as heck. So the only way they can stop you from shorting the market when the next bear market begins is by repeatedly showing you the example of what happens if you short stocks. I think that's the message. It seems kind of obvious that this is just your ordinary predictive programming. And I bet if you think about it and question your own self, you'll realize that actually even you somehow now don't want to ever short any stock. How is that? How did you reach that conclusion?
Well, I certainly don't say that about myself, but...
And I'm not sure why they have to do that, because...
That's because this channel's different. That's why you're here.
As we can see this example here, on the way
That's why I'm here.
Markets tend to be relatively stable and just grinding it out, just grinding it to the upside. Slow, steady, hard-fought move higher. But
Manuel said
they tend to follow this
see here.
Sharp,
I'll get the quote.
Very volatile down action, which is hard to predict. Which, by the way, naturally makes shorting in any bear market a tough job because of these very, very powerful reversals that take place in every bear market.
Your channel is ultra elite. Few people will get it. So, probably not untrue.
Hard to predict. Which, by the way, naturally makes shorting in any bear market a tough job because of these very, very powerful reversals.
Oh,
that
yeah.
Take place in every bear market.
Oh, yeah.
Violent reversals that end up going nowhere. But in the time when these reversals are taking place, they do put a lot of pain in the portfolios of those who are shorting the market. At any rate, watch out for the predictive programming.
Okay, so that's where we found the concept of overhead supply in this form. And we think it's pretty descriptive of what's happened, basically what's happened here. We've talked about it before, months ago. There, but I mean, the thing is, some of these guys are not far off from getting to something like that with these titles or psychological tricks or hoping retail sells. I mean, but the problem is they're framing it in this context. Oh, the short sellers, they need your shares. They need our shares. They, there's no shares. They need our shares. We have the real shares, yada, yada, yada about the shares, which is obviously a false narrative. I mean, shares are bought and sold every day. And the price is $6. So clearly the demand is not that crazy. for the shares. So AMC 8 poll as well as price target for this week. Well, did Shadow Star? I can't remember if Shadow Star said that he's not going to listen. He's not going to watch any more of Stocks and Crypto Plays video, or if it was which other clown it was. But anyway, it could have been this one.
Hey friends, welcome to Stock.
Love the game show intro.
We're talking about AMC stock as well as APE preferred equity units. Please hit like, subscribe, and add notifications. Share the video with a friend at the end.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to echo what he said there. Like, subscribe, and turn on the notifications for my channel. Share the video, live streams, whatever channel, and join the finance chat with the link in the description. So having said that, I found the cursor synchronization, and it's in the, where is it now again? It's in the chart settings. Yeah, just on any chart, and it's not going to show it because OBS. So the charts, any chart settings here, and then synchronize crosshairs position right under settings. So it was on the first screen that comes up. Anyway, okay. So I like this because you can see how things correlate, obviously, better. So we can see what's going on here and everything else. It's kind of neat. It looks like bonds are making lower lows here, back down. Right.
So what I'm talking about today is
AMC?
a few things, but the short interest, not the short interest, the cost of borrow has changed since Friday. So Friday it was at 412%, and now today, which is Sunday, we're at 385%. How does that change? Because there's no trading over the weekend. I don't understand that. And also we had,
well, there's no trading over the weekend, but there are activities that happen in the markets, not in terms of the market being open for public trading, but there's absolutely, most definitely processing that happens, information processing, calculations, etc. Because the futures market is trading now, as we know, on Sunday nights, and their stuff happens overnight on weekdays. So at the very least, from Friday to Monday, there's data processing needs to happen. So that happens on the weekend. So you can see these numbers change as things get updated from the previous sessions. So I mean, we've seen this before. I saw it today in AMC stock on Reddit. Where they were talking about hyping the anybody else happy ape is at $3, so they don't have to wait 2-3 days for funds to settle, and that's referring to Fidelity, because you can't buy, I guess, with unsettled funds securities under $3 because they consider them risky securities. So same like penny stock rules. The 10 most shorted stocks on Wall Street. I'm not surprised that AMC and GME are not on there. That's because they're not the most heavily shorted stocks. Plain and simple. Anything else is, frequency illusion or various logical fallacies relating to personal experience versus objective reality. But yeah, in terms of the data, it says it's not. The Sean Goodman insider sale FUD explained. So we were talking about this in the last stream earlier. Clearing up Sean Goodman insider sale FUD. Let's see. This is how you know some people here are either uneducated, we know, or acting in bad faith. Take a look at the thread for the filing of Sean Goodman's insider sale. Look at the people trashing the CFO, Sean Goodman, and AMC board. Now read this. Sean Goodman has a 10b5-1 plan in place for his personal shares. That means that specific dates are scheduled for the sale. Okay. It's just our board kicking more ass. Lay off the dude. This is how he lives. And a plan like this is quite open and a show of good faith to investors. Says that it was effected pursuant to a trading plan adopted. I mean, I haven't seen anything on at least referred to here. 10b5-1 plan, trading plan. Is it on specific days? Is it, or is it, I don't know. A predetermined plan. A predetermined number of shares at a predetermined time. Okay, there's a footnote though. What does that say? That's the source. Well, let's go to the source. Selective disclosure by issuers of material non-public information. When insider trading liability arises, when the breach of family or another non-business relationship. Okay. Been in effect since 2000. Regulation FD, fair disclosure. Love their regulation names. Reg FD. Okay. Well, let's go to the final rules. All right, this. The issuer shall make public disclosure simultaneously in the case of an intentional. Okay, that's information. Investment company. Oh, I guess I'll have to go up further. Timing of required public disclosure. That's selective disclosures. Rule 144. We heard about that before. Liabilities, insider trading rules. But that's for example, okay, that's a repurchase program though. We believe this let's see. Taken as a whole, the revised defense is designed to cover situations in which a person can demonstrate that the material non-public information was not a factor in the trading decision. That's let's see. Key definitions. Definition of amount, which means a specified number of shares or a specified dollar amount. We revised definition of price and added a definition of date. As adopted, price means market price on a particular date or a limit price on a particular dollar price. Date means either the specific day of the year on which a market order is to be executed or a day or days of the year on which a limit order is in force. So it could be a specific day of the year or a day or days of the year in which a limit order is in force. So you could put a limit order and say, okay, I'm going to, I'm going to have a limit order these 3 days. And it says that this will provide appropriate flexibility to those who would like to plan securities transactions in advance at a time when they are not aware of material non-public information, but then carry out those pre-planned transactions at a later time, even if they later become aware of material non-public information. So if something comes out, they can still trade, they can still do the trades that they plan to do because they did them before there was this new information. Okay. The employee could provide oral instructions. Let's see. The date could be determined pursuant to a formula set forth in the plan. It says could be. Alternatively, the date of a plan transaction is controlled by the plan's administrator or investment manager. All right, let's see. So it does seem to be fairly flexible. I mean, I'm not reading the actual rule here, but it's a discussion around it. So it's all to prevent these insiders from trading on the fly when there's material non-public information. So AMC knows they're going to do something, for example, but the public doesn't their shareholders don't, hasn't been disclosed to the public, non-public. Public disclosure. So that'd be like on a filing on an 8K form. I think that's current report form. Uh, okay. I realize I'm getting in the weeds here a little bit, but research takes time to do. 240, let's see, 243 and 49. Let's see, 240. $243, regulation FD, 249. Okay. You sure? Well, that's what we saw there. Form. It must be in 240. Oh my God. I'm just really curious to see. I know we probably don't have the 100 to 243. Okay, 100. Jesus. Manipulative and deceptive devices and contrivances. Prohibition of the use of manipulative or deceptive devices or contrivances with respect to certain securities exempted from registration. Mm. Trading on the basis of material non-public information in insider cases. Date means specific date, or as soon thereafter as is practicable under ordinary principles of best execution. Okay, that's new. That wasn't in there. What we just saw. Date means, in the case of a limit order, a day of the year on which the limit order is enforced. A day. A day. It says a day. It said a day or days in the other version. Specific day on the year, day of the year, or as soon thereafter as is practicable. All right. So that does give some leeway. Anyway, that's how they're getting around the what you call it, the 10b5, the Sean Goodman issue. Oh, there are individuals on this sub who are actively trying to sow FUD from the Goodman sale filing. Is that proper? You sow FUD? Like a seed of doubt? All right. Noted. Been here for 2 years. I had to look at my Robinhood to find my first purchase in February. Who cares? Also, who cares if he sold? 9 out of 10, it's planned. Executive compensation is a whole other topic. Yeah, I found that out a while ago after calling him a little bitch. It's truly sadly true that some executives have to sell, although I'm not too happy about it. Have to sell. I mean, it doesn't really matter. But it's symbolically, and it doesn't really say when, like this, what the schedule should be. So, um, sucks when people don't put all the information in the post because that's easy to believe. You know, it's easy to believe that there. Oh well, he had to sell it. He had to sell it basically, and maybe that's true. Maybe that's true, but it speaks to the desperation here in some way. It speaks to the pathetic nature of this whole fucking narrative because, none of these fucking people had the balls to sell. They all just wanted to be greedy fucking apes, holding to 500K per share, and they're still posting diamond hand GIFs on Reddit. I mean, you can't make this shit up. This is how they mostly get paid. How are you going to ask someone to go without pay for years, waiting for our squeeze? Not to mention the amounts they sell isn't even a 1 minute candle. There you go. Yo, this is how they get paid to do what they do. Anybody who says they would hold shares when on a board of a company when that's their salary is kind of dumb. I'm sure they hold a lot, but they have to sell some to live and loan assets to live better. And if it's filed the way it is, it's so he can have a steady income, and it's easier for his tax man to write off literally everything. Y'all should put this focus into tax reform at the same time. Okay. Now, Shadow Stars told me there was a AMC board member who held shares, who received shares from the company for years, years and years and years, and she never sold a single share. And then she recently sold some shares. I forget her name. I forget who it is. If Shadow Stars is around, he could say, but I forget. One of those people. Be nice a little. Okay, Tony, I'm sorry. But I mean, I'm not going to coddle anybody. Don't ask me to do that. I mean, the thing is, uh, this channel's never really been directed toward the apes, uh, really. And maybe it should have been. I don't know, but in an indirect sense, it is, but not directly, because I don't feel like, um, well, yeah, but you know, you're probably right. In order to make it more inviting. But then again, that had been if that's how I had done it, I don't think Lynn would be here. I mean, I, I, I don't know. Maybe she would be, but she's also unique. So I mean that maybe that's well, we're so happy she's here, but um, I wouldn't trade 100 apes for Lynn. Not 500,000. But let's see. I've tried to scale back the profanity a lot. I think that that's probably noticeable. I would hope that it is. Sometimes it slips through, but I just don't want it to be dominant. Um, the same with the crass comments and things like that. Try to keep that to a minimum. Um, and I honestly, I really don't have the intention of sitting here and insulting anybody. Um, I mean, particularly the apes themselves, except for the grifters. So let's get back to the grifters because that's what the focus always has been. Um, and that's what I want it to be because there's so much to learn through learning about what these guys um, what they either miss or leave out, and that's what it comes down to. They miss things or they leave things out, and those are two different things. They are negligent in what they're doing and they miss things, or they are fraud perpetrators and they're intentionally leaving things out. Those are pretty much the two choices for each one of these people. And I think we have a negligent person here. I think we have, someone who's ignorant. Um, Obviously, they've made a channel and they put out content regularly, but I don't at least get the sense that this guy is actively trying to scam people or be a fraud. I just think that this person does not know enough, doesn't have enough experience to be trying to influence people. And I'm not really into the whole influencing thing anyway. Most of the people are idiots, as we know. So, I mean, I guess it could be more of a tough love thing, maybe, but I mean, it's like, don't get scammed.
4,000 shares available to borrow on Friday, but today
I appreciate that, Tony.
2,000 shares available. That's strange also too. That's just one little side note that's a little weird to me. But
I mean, yeah, and getting back to it, there's absolutely data processing that happens in between sessions, including on the weekends. People, they flew a drone outside of Citadel's headquarters. I think it was on a weekend night. Maybe it was a weeknight. And they saw plenty of people inside doing all kinds of things. So there's activity, not necessarily trading.
let's take a look now at the analytics of AMC. So we have support at $5.20, and we don't have any hard resistance till $6.72. So some people were asking, well, what will be the price target? So if we continue to push to the upside, and I think we will. Now, we may not be up on Monday on AMC. APE is different than AMC, but just about AMC right now, we may not be up on Monday, or we may, who knows? But there's professional indicators, and if you're a person that likes to go by professional indicators, 6 of them are flashing red right now, and none of them are flashing green, and we've got some other ones that are neutral. So 3 of the big ones that are red are the bias, the RSI, and the CCI all flashing red, saying the stock's been overbought. Now that could just be a fake out. These are professional indicators. I don't know how much trust you have in those. So there's a lot of ways to do stock analysis. But about the price target, I would say if we can break through $6.72, we would have a price target of $9.99 if we can bust through that resistance. Okay, that's the data we have right now. And we have support at $5.20. So if we want if we push down to the downside, we have support at $5.20. So those are the analytic numbers on AMC right now. So the other thing is, we've got the vote coming up on the 14th. And, it's disturbing to me. Like, a lot of people seem like they're going to vote yes. I don't know if these are bots. Are these actual real people that are going to vote yes? And why would someone vote yes? I don't understand. The only thing that they ever say is that it'll force the naked shorts to cover, which is not true. I've covered this in my video. If you take a look at WISA did a reverse stock split, and they got a new CUSIP, C-U-S-I-P, CUSIP number, and no one covered. The naked shorts didn't cover. So if you're thinking True. I've covered this in my video. If you take a look at WISA did a reverse stock split, and they got a new CUSIP, C-U-S-I-P, CUSIP number, and no one covered. The naked shorts didn't cover. So if you're thinking that's going to happen with AMC, just get it out of your mind, because it's not going to happen. But we are going to have a short.
Damn, thanks, Manny. Well, basically, I just said that. Damn, how did I do that? Got a big red light in front of me, and I didn't even see it. The assumption there is that there were naked shorts in the first place. Potentially, he just proved that there's no naked shorts in WISA. Maybe he also proved that changing the CUSIP number would not force anything to happen. Regardless, nothing happened. So, I mean, I think the probability, is probably a little stronger in the fact that there's probably no naked shorts. It could also very well be true that it wouldn't force anybody to do anything. But what he said is that the naked shorts didn't cover. He's still assuming that they're naked shorts. Not that the CUSIP number would force anybody to do anything, or uh, or anything else. The assumption is there's naked shorts. And here was this opportunity for them to be forced to cover finally, after all this time and all this attention, and they still didn't do it. I mean, how dare they? Well, who are they? That really is a prescient question when it comes to this. Like, what are you talking about? That's never been shown. It's never been shown. But yet it is an essential element. It's an essential element until it's not. But somehow they keep stringing it along. Like now it's the CUSIP number. Billions of synthetic shares. Says who? Reddit? Bunch of, there has to be evidence. There has to be evidence. He's not demanding it. You have to demand it. Why would you spend your money without doing that? I don't, unless it's a small amount that you don't mind losing. Sure. Yeah, everybody does that. Or like an impulse buy, but you have it under control. Whatever. We all do that too. And it's probably important that we do to some degree, but it's just, it's so out of hand. It's very out of hand. And I mean, I'm going to be thinking about this specifically over the next week or so. There needs to be a concerted effort among people, um, to make a statement and say, if what we expect to happen, which we think is obvious, and if it's obvious, it's probably obviously wrong, but we believe it's obvious. If this thing that we inevitably think will happen does not happen at the prevailing time among predictors of this shit, like this guy and Ant and Donnie, all these people, we're not going to contribute to the demand of that. In other words, if you guys are wrong about March 14th, you guys need to shut the fuck up. I mean, and I'm serious, for real. This shit is so out of hand. And I'm talking to Finance News, I'm talking to Benji, that motherfucker, and everybody else. Lou, Ape Father even. Shut the fuck up. Get fucking real and stop fucking grifting. Stop lying to people and filling their heads with all this nonsense that's unresearched. You don't understand it. You haven't looked into it. You haven't, even if you did look into it, you skimmed post, or you're reading it when you're talking about it. It's even worse. And you couldn't just sit there and explain it to somebody or explain it on a live stream without having to see it, because you don't understand it really. Anybody can regurgitate words. That's all they're doing. It's verbal diarrhea. So that's going to be my next focus for the next month, I think, is this. Okay, great. You all think that this is going to happen on March 14th. All right, we got that. Unfortunately for you, the market also gets it. So, I mean, no, it's not going to happen on fucking March 14th, first of all. Like, because nobody was out there saying it's going to happen on June 2nd. But beyond all that, the reality is now you have natural sellers in this thing. Before you didn't. So, I mean, anything in the current era of this company, in this zone, nobody who had shares bought them at these levels or higher. So, you had no natural sellers through this whole thing right here. And you could see that too, for the most part, on a volume profile chart. I won't enter heaven. That's harsh, but you're probably right. Hey, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, every adult at some point, you know, has to come to terms with these things. And, maybe they will, maybe they won't. But I mean, I think most people do at some point. Like, okay, I don't necessarily like the guy. I think he's an asshole. I think he's a dick. But I know he's not. I know it's not personal. I know it's not personal. And at the end of the day, uh, what he's saying makes a lot of sense, and I'll just swallow my pride and dare I say, admit, but not even to anybody else, but admitting the truth to yourself. It's not like we're running, a public rehab program where people come on the stream and denounce being an ape. Although I would be fine with that, something like that. Um, this is a personal thing for people, and I have a feeling that a lot of people, or some people at least, who came into this stream at one point or another, maybe it was just one time, and probably a lot did one time, and they probably hated me, probably hated it. But my hope is that there's something that they catch that makes them think about it and realize a, a different way to look at something that they've been looking at one way. So I don't really care if people like me, unfortunately. Um, because I mean, it's a little more fun anyway. Like, it's more fun to be, the guy that people hate, that is, the villain, right? Darth Vader, that's me. And he probably didn't get into heaven either. But anyway, no. It's it isn't personal though. A lot of people gonna have to do a lot of growing up here. It's time to put on the big boy pants. But, does that mean that that I I wouldn't you know, help help one of these people, help anybody, with anything. I mean, yeah, you know, we have a chat. We have an off YouTube chat. Um, my email address is on the YouTube page. I haven't specifically said this, but people can email me if they wanted to. Contact me on Twitter. That's in the description. Come into the finance chat, ask a question, you know, challenge me, debate me, or anybody here who's also in there, who's also in that chat. Um, Not that we want to be approached about debating, but I mean, the thing is, the whole thing is like, how do you find evidence? So if people don't know how to do that, then okay, fine. Like, what is the rule on selling insider shares? How do you find that? We went to this site, but then we went to the source. We went to the SEC, then we went to the Code of Federal Regulations and tried to decipher this here, and came to a pretty definitive thing. Um, Gravestone Doji, or whatever it is, whether it's, actually, that's an interesting one there, but that's different. Something like the ape, who's selling what, how many shares, and stuff like that. So, not Stonko Tracker, though. Uh, anyway, get sidetracked too
Before
much.
the
Sorry.
vote, because people are trying to jockey for position.
But basically, what I said when I was muted before was that it's this assumption that there's naked shorts, and even the CUSIP number on WISA didn't expose them. That doesn't mean that there were naked shorts. That's not a proof of naked
Stock
shorts.
split, and they got a new CUSIP, CUSIP, CUSIP number, and no one covered. The naked shorts didn't cover. So if you're thinking that's going to happen with AMC, just get it out of your mind, because it's not. It's not going to happen. But we are going to have a short squeeze
because there's no naked shorts in AMC either. No evidence for it.
Because people are trying to jockey for position to what they want to do, whether they want to be bulls or bears prior to the vote. Okay, so realistically, we're going to see a squeeze before the vote, like I've been saying. Plus, we have the T90 effect that has been causing us to run green in ape specifically, pretty much every day since January 4th, except for 3 days. The other thing that I want to point out to you is that I just put up a poll on Twitter. If you want to go there and join my follow my Twitter, it's Stocks and Crypto Plays. That's what I am on Twitter, Stocks and Crypto Plays. You could go there and vote. I said, are you voting yes on April 14th for Adam Aaron to take away 90% of your AMC shares and leave you with 10% left? And option A is yes, please take them. And then option B is no. Are you nuts? So right now, the no's are barely winning. I only have 10 votes so far. I don't really have a Twitter presence. I'm more of a YouTube guy. But out of 10 people, it's only 40% yes and 60% no. That's pretty close. I feel like it should be like 98% no and 2% yes. That's just my opinion. So, if I just can't understand why someone would want to give away 90% of their shares just because the stock price will be higher for like one day. Like half a day for like an hour. We all know it's going to crash right after that. So hopefully we'll get a no vote, friends, on the 14th. Comment below, what are you going to vote?
In this video, I'm going to show you my personal thought and opinion on on AMC Entertainment Holdings, exactly what I'm expecting the price to go, the reasons behind it, and everything like that. So just by looking at the week.
Anybody know this one? Sorry. Wow. Must be tired. Mr. Sicko. Have we looked at this one before? I don't know this one. Mesothelioma firm. Don't know. I mean, I know what that is, but what the heck? Okay.
In this video, I'm going to show you my personal thought and opinion on on AMC Entertainment Holdings, exactly what I'm expecting the price to go, the reasons behind it, and everything like that. So just by looking at the weekly chart, we can see that the price has overall this past week gone up around 10%. Okay, that's pretty solid. I love where we're right now. Overall, the high time frame on AMC is still something that we should be actually thinking about, because high time frame, to me at least, this counts as a demand area. So overall, I'm gonna say that I'm bullish on the high time frame. Again, this is just me, of course, not
I
financial
mean,
advice.
no,
Let's
we
take a
know why
look on the
that's
lower
not going to
time frame.
happen.
We do
We've
see
been over
some
it in
ranges to the
this
downside. For example,
stream.
this daily range.
I
Now,
mean, like these people have no clue. Plain and simple. They have no clue. They don't understand charts. They don't understand trading. They don't understand psychology. They don't understand anything, really. They understand how to make videos and how to talk bullish about a stock. They don't know macro. They don't know economics in general. They don't know supply and demand. They don't know support and resistance. I mean, Jesus. I mean, at least it's only 1 minute.
I have two scenarios that I'm expecting the price to do. So let's go to the and show you the previous ones, which were these. So either was expecting the price to deliver below this line, which it did. Now I'm going to move this to the new lows, and as you can see, I have expectation pointing to the downside like that. So I'm still going to leave it like this, because that's like generally what I'm expecting the price to do. So
okay, all right. Wait, why did it end? I think it wasn't supposed to end, but whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Is that Tom Cruise? Anyway, meme highs this week. TMI. Country Pride Investor. AMC plans and returns on investment is the squeeze here. A lot of new people popping up, all right?
Good morning, everyone. CPE here again. Just sitting here with my Diet Coke.
Oh, sweet. This is going to be awesome.
Looking at some things on the internet.
I love
checking out my plans for
people who drink Diet Coke.
I've
I'm
got
kidding.
A couple of things to say about AMC, and then I'm going to jump on a couple other things. I have three different plans. I have four stockbrokers just for my AMC and APE. So,
wow, that's coverage. What about this guy? Heard of him?
I basically want to tell you how I'm doing things myself. This is just my own plan or what I feel for each broker. So my first broker, I bought shares. I had 50 shares from 2019. I just looked back at it.
2019.
Wow. For AMC.
This guy's a pre-ape.
That was because I like movies. So I had those in my portfolio already. On January 29th, 2021, I purchased, let's just say, over 1,000 shares. Okay.
After the GameStop move.
Nothing specific, but so those are all long holds and long term for me. So I didn't touch any of those. I just let.
Did he say the cost of those?
Are all long. I purchased, let's just say, over 1,000 shares. Okay. Nothing specific, but so those are all long holds.
Well, he purchased 1,000 shares on the 29th of Jan 29. He said Jan 29. And this, of course, this is adjusted, so we have to go over to TOS because TradingView is a POS. Okay. So it could be anywhere. Okay, we're gonna have to go daily. That was a hell of a candle right there. That was a hell of a candle. Okay, 29th. We were looking at the weekly candle that included this whole week. Anywhere from 11 to 15 in the original prices. And on the new prices, it's 7 to 9 or 7 to 10 basically. Okay. All right.
And long term for me, so I didn't touch any of those. I just let those be. I went and started another brokerage, and I figured, well, I'll just throw in some money into this, and I'll buy whenever. Okay, so I did. I bought, and I ended up having 300. I bought 300 for that broker. I stopped buying in that broker. I stopped it at 300 shares, and basically my plan for those 300 shares that's my future investment money. So if I'm going to use round numbers.
Well, it was
not financial advice.
Anyway.
This is just me being me. I'm going to go, look for over $120 a share in this account.
What?
And if it goes to 250, I'll, but I'm only doing this to reinvest the money in this plan. So I'm hoping that it goes above 120. I'd love for it to hit 250, 450. Those are my plans. Those are my kind of, I want to sell
after the reverse split
prices for AMC. My third plan is that I had two brokers that I would just pop money into. Of course, you got the free stocks and all that stuff to start those things.
Weeble.
I took advantage of those. I've gotten a lot of people, into investing.
Oh boy!
Just, hey, why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? And I said, here's the place if you want to take a look, take a look. So some of them did. When I started when I started my Twitter, I was doing just my other business, and I just got onto the stocks and was listening, and man, it's just great. It's great to have something to do, and
yeah, it's great to have something to do.
It took me 2 years, and it's almost 2 years. It's actually May.
Where's he going?
In May of 2021. No, of 2021. Sorry. And I
heard a Discord notification.
I only use these two stockbrokers. So I think
Weeble and Robinhood.
Maybe.
Man, he says he probably bought using Robinhood and is ashamed of mentioning the name. That's very, very possible.
Of 20.
Making
2021.
Taking great pains to avoid saying the names.
In May of 2022,
they might have had free.
I only use these two.
They may have still had free stocks still then. So, I don't know if they do now, but
I think maybe 500 shares or something like that in each of them.
Jesus.
What I'm looking for here is I'm not going to have any set amount, but if
So here's somebody that got into the stock market basically through this. It sounds like. Well, he did have the shares previously, so it must have gotten into trading. That would be the, I guess, most likely here because he said he had um, shares from 2019 because he likes the movies. So, okay. So he had and he said they were long term. He was holding them. So he probably has never traded. That would be my guess. And he says it's nice to have something to do. Well, there's a lot to do in trading and research and analysis and all that kind of stuff. So that seems like a likelihood here. But at the same time, he also has been buying all these shares and not really trading them. Sounds like. So I wonder if he traded other things. Uh, and if they're nice to be have something to do refers to watching AMC, that would be concerning to me. But I'm not a financial advisor or teacher or anybody's dad, so whatever. But I mean, if you're putting it out here, we're gonna look at it. Are you making smart decisions? In our opinion. Maybe he'll get into that. He said he was going to talk about other stuff, so
at 10x,
not passing judgment yet.
I'm like, I got to get something like that in each of them. What I'm looking for here is I'm not going to have
barbecue
a set amount, but if
nice.
At 10x, I'm like, I got to get out of here, or 50x or 100x or 1000x.
He doesn't have a disclaimer. I mean, really, do your thing. Do not listen to others. When it comes to your money, you need to do what is right for you. I mean, I guess that's his version of a disclaimer.
I'm going to get out of here.
Maybe he's a financial advisor.
So anyway, I want to make sure that I'm prepared for this week. I am
prepared for this week.
Realizing that I need to make sure I have tax money for all my sales, or all my purchases, or everything that we're doing. I mean, I'm selling off, but things if possible, and then I just want to have money set aside for my taxes, all my stuff. So I'm trying to be prepared, and then I'm going to get back into some other things.
Okay, is he anticipating the squeeze, or is he just selling this week, or is it or both? Are both true? I guess that's what it is. I don't know. Okay.
Into some other things. I'm gonna just run down real quick the stocks that I own right now, or what I own shares of. I own shares of GME, GTII,
yes,
CRTD,
CRTD,
GNS, Tesla,
of course, created, OTC.
And of course, there's some of those that I'm not going to touch. And then I have my regular portfolio that I'm more invested into.
I mean, it's
dividend stocks.
Verizon's solid.
Anyway, I am getting ready to open up a Moomoo account right now.
And definitely Robinhood then.
I'm going to purchase AMC and 8 in there.
Schwab doesn't give you free stocks.
Purchase it anytime I can now, I guess.
Wait, what?
Anyway, I am getting ready to open up a Moomoo account right now, and I am going to purchase AMC and 8.
Oh my God. Are you serious?
I'm going to try to do
wow. So he's like quietly confident. He's got quiet confidence. He's opening another account. He's buying more. Can't stop buying GameStop and AMC. In 2023. I mean, so many things. Yeah, great portfolio. I mean, he's got to be feeling great if he's holding Tesla, right? Everything's up. Went up year to date, a percentage basis of 60% year to date. 1 year still down 35% though. So there's that. But, you know, maybe people bought here. I don't know. I mean, you got to go back to I guess it's I guess it was like, you know, yeah, like the last dip, last little dippy in May of 2021, and then the bull run of June and beyond kicked in. So craziness. But now, and see, the thing is here, there's definitely got to be overhead supply here too. You know, up in here. I don't know how much. Might be able to see something. So what we're looking at here is this green. This green. Webull is better during pre-market than Hood. Yeah, until they allow option trading in pre-market, I'm not really interested. Unless, you know, normally. But of course, in times of meme stock events, meme stock market events, who knows? Looks like an angry face. It's the ape Rorschach. All right, I'm curious where this is going here. He said he's going to open a moo.
That I'm not going to touch, and then I have my Tesla. So, anyway, I am getting ready to open up a moo account right now, and I am going to purchase AMC and 8 in there. I'm going to try to do you know, purchase it anytime I can now, I guess. And then just to see, and I'm gonna use that as
just to see
something different. I'm just gonna have another plan.
Just anyway, to see.
I don't want to make this video too long. I wanted to let you know, what we're.
Well, we appreciate that. It's always appreciated.
You know, if you want to leave a comment on what you're doing, fantastic. Make sure you share and like this video and like the page, and we're gonna keep doing this. And I got some things in store for very soon.
Okay.
But I also want everyone to realize
comments are turned off. I mean, I'm not going to criticize your feelings.
I love ground style. Sorry. Yeah, buddy Sam Grow. Check out Sam Grow's music. Means, but anyway, I'll talk to you guys soon. Thank you. And look forward to growing this channel together.
I mean, if you want to grow it together, you got to let people, you got to engage with people. You got to allow them to engage with you. How high can Mullen go? Oh my God. Very realistic predictions. Very realistic predictions. I mean, it's not AMC, but
I think Mullen can journey.
I mean, what are these people saying?
What is going on, Mullen fans? Welcome back to Financial Journey. So I do get this question quite a lot, to be honest.
This isn't that, no, this isn't that guy. What's his name? Jeremy? Is it Jeremy? I think that's financial education, right?
Why do I think Mullen can go? And of course, I'm going to break that down and talk about that in this video. I'm going to go over it in two different formats, though. One of which is just basic momentum given from the actual operations and
I could never
and the second
imagine
one is going to be in relation to a squeeze. And when it comes down to a squeeze,
I would never want to do this.
Could prompt a squeeze. So I'm going to go over all the stuff you need to know.
I've never
make sure you guys hit
not wanted to do this.
Subscribe. I always greatly appreciate
what he's doing. I'm saying.
Without further ado, let's get right
talking
to it.
about a stock.
So when it comes down to, for instance, it going
predict
up
how, where, when.
You have to factor in a lot of different things. And as far as where this is right now, you have to a look at the technicals. And Mullen is on a very good trend right now. And you have to keep in mind, though, especially
and trends never reverse.
There's going to be a lot of different moving parts. More specifically, especially what was passed on January 25th,
the RSI is at 54.
More dilution. And of course, once we do see that S3 document submitted to the SEC, then most likely you do know that they are going to be starting to have a little bit dilution. Of course, I know a lot of people don't necessarily like that topic, but it is very realistic, especially if you are talking non-squeeze and just basic momentum. Because given the circumstances of Mullen, there's going to be a lot of good things that does.
And Mullen's not far off from all that stuff.
For instance, the B4. The B4 is going to be starting to have production. For instance, in 2023. And then over and above that,
fundamentals.
The Dragonfly and the Mullen 5, both of which technically is
Mullen 5
in the first half of 2024. So things.
I think it's too close to mullet. I don't know. It'll probably end in fraud allegations and/or convictions. If you ask me, I have no idea, but I don't care about any of this crap.
Behind the scenes is going to
because I mean this is a company that doesn't make vehicles. They don't make vehicles yet.
Very exciting, more so around mid-2023. So I do anticipate a lot of momentum and a lot more excitement getting in. And of course, like I said, this is just natural growth, not factoring in a squeeze or whatever it is. That's going to be another topic.
Okay, all right, that's fair, I guess.
But if it does continue to go up and everything goes as planned, because keep in mind, there's a lot of different moving parts with Mullen. They're really spread out because they're going to be developing for.
Okay, first of all, he sounds Canadian, which there's nothing wrong with that. Just noticing, and also, I mean, maybe he's from Minnesota or something, but I mean, yeah, Alan Crandall. I've been in many squeezes, and the toughest and most stressful part is trying to time the top, which is impossible to do. Pick your target, sell if you choose, don't look back, or don't buy back in to go long once it pulls back from the spike. Don't look back. Important. Like, if I only held, I would have made. Doesn't matter. You didn't. You could do it next time. Maybe, but don't try to. Or buy back in to go long once it pulls back from the spike. So trying to play the bounces, which sometimes you can do, but sometimes not. Or, yeah. Oh, that is key. Okay. Let's put it this way. Mullen is in a much better position with its fundamentals than AMC and GME. Now, Manuel, this person, Blue Scrubs, is that a nurse? I think that's around here. I think that's nurses. Or are they white? But anyway, let's put it this way. Mullen is in a much better position with its fundamentals than AMC and GME, while both had their squeeze run in the middle of a worldwide pandemic. If nothing else, if Mullen follows through with its promises and is able to produce viable vehicles by the end of 2023, I see Mullen will be at least $2 to $3 if we are lucky and that's it. If Mullen goes to $35 this week, okay. I thought, hello, Cal. I like your show. I thought preferred stocks had no voting privileges. If so, stock AA could not use 1.3 billion shares to vote. Stock AA? Is he talking about AMC? I don't know. Well, anyway, join June 3rd, 2022. Okay. Okay, anyway, where's this prediction? Well, let's look at Ortex. Yeah, it's been a while.
It goes up very, very fast. I'll start off by giving you guys a quick summary of things that you need to know when it comes down to shorts. So short score is currently 75. Utilization is 100%.
Wait a minute. AMC is 90 on the short score, bro.
As far as shorts right now, there's currently 196.92 million shares being shorted, which works out to be 13.89% of their free float.
Oh, that's
Cost to
nothing.
borrow as well, on average, is 180.24%, the max being 310%.
Wait, how much is the stock?
So when it comes down to a squeeze, you need 4 different things.
How much
you
is
need
the
a
stock?
fairly high cost to borrow, which check, Mullen does have. You need a fairly high amount of shares being shorted, which of course,
come on.
Mullen, you can
There's
check.
no way. What? Mullen is a 40-cent fucking stock. Okay? 40 cents. And this clown is hyping what? Cost to borrow average 180%. Oh my God, that's going to break the bank. Oh, turn my number lock off. Okay. 40 cents? Are you fucking kidding me? I got to do this again because I'm not sure here, but this is ridiculous. Yeah, 72 cents. 32 cents. I mean, and that's a yearly figure. That is a yearly figure. Chris, this guy is saying, I'm just going to go back, start from the beginning of the Vortex section. He's talking about Mullen. Oh,
things that you need to know when it comes down to shorts. So short square is currently 75, utilization
AMC's
is 100%. As far as shorts right now, there's currently 196.92 million shares being shorted, which works out to be 13.89% of their free float. Cost to borrow.
Yeah, yeah, of course, because there's also 1.45 billion shares. There's 1.1.5 billion shares essentially, and this is 200 million. 200 million out of 1.5 billion. Lovely.
On average is 180.24%, the max being 310%. So when it comes down to a squeeze, you need 4 different things. You need a fairly high cost to borrow, which check, Mullen does have. You need a fairly high amount.
A high cost to borrow on this 40-cent stock. I mean, I guess it's over 100%. So that must be a lot, right? I mean, and the minimum is 11. So I don't get it. Okay, but check, we have the high cost to borrow.
Squeeze, you need 4 different things.
Here
you need a fairly high cost to borrow, which check, Mullen does have. You need a fairly high amount of shares being shorted, which of course, Mullen, you can check that off. That does count as well. You need a high utilization, and for the longest time, it's been at 100%. So definitely that is another check for Mullen.
Yeah, for a long time, it's been at 100%. Yeah, that means that's so meaningful. I mean, Jesus.
You need is
a work for Vortex?
And a surprise catalyst is very important. It's a lot different, for instance, than a known situation, such as on March the 8th, the upcoming presentation, or I guess that work week where both Mullen and Bollinger Motors are participating in. Well, that is something known. Everyone is able to analyze potentially what may or may not come out of that. So if shorts, for instance, do anticipate maybe something surprising coming from Mullen during that day or being presented, well, guess what? They can actually start to scale back their position leading up to that date. So this is where it comes down to, it needs to be a surprise catalyst. And when it comes down to Mullen, as I've said many times, on paper, it can have a very good squeeze. It is just missing that 4th aspect. It's missing that surprise catalyst. Some news has been coming out, which again is very good, but not enough to really shake and scare the shorts as much as they really should be. So again, factoring
should be. Wow. Wow. Look at that. From 2021 to 2022, net income took a nosedive, 1,500%. What's going on there? Okay. I mean, I'm just looking to see what was
that there is a very good catalyst,
history there.
You kind of have to go back to the technicals and break it down to see where there is very heavy resistance. And I've kind of touched on this in the past, so this is all just chump change as far as this. So when it comes down to a squeeze, I don't see it having enough to get this high, so anything higher than 10. I know that might burst some of your bubble, but keep that in mind. I apologize. This is a little bit more of a conservative, realistic level. And I personally feel this kind of range right here is where it might potentially go. So between that $4 and $4.20 range is where I feel that it can easily go. And that is also factoring in a little bit.
There's got to be overhead supply here like crazy.
Well. So again,
who's that one guy that crazy guy? Shit. Oh God, I can't think of his name. But you know who I'm talking about. Wasn't his deal Mullen? Shit. His name. It's not Kevin. There was a Mullen guy who like was gonna do lawsuits and stuff, and made videos, used super chat money and stuff to buy options. I forget his damn name.
Could be completely wrong, and I like to give fairly realistic price targets as far as both operational and also on a squeeze. But I know a lot of you, when it comes down to a squeeze, you guys want $10, $20, $100 and things like that, which of course could come if Mullen ever goes to $100. I'm going to walk down to Mullen and thank David myself, because I'll be able to probably buy every single house from here all the way to obviously wherever he does live. So definitely that will be very, very exciting stuff.
Well, you should know where he lives.
All of that. And as well, just while I have you guys, let me know in the comments what you guys feel, both different price targets.
How does FTD fall into the short scenario?
Target, and also a high.
Look at what this movement has done. I mean, Jesus Christ. You look through these comments here. Okay. Price prediction is realistic. Cool. 62 cents next week. Great. Can't do this without you. Okay. A little bit weird. No voting privileges on preferred stocks. If so, Adam Aaron could not use 1.38 billion shares to vote. I think that's what. Therefore, AA was removed. That was, I don't know what the hell. Prediction was higher. Okay. How does FTD fall into the short scenario? So then you get people asking this kind of stuff. I mean, you tell me. You tell us. How has it? How's it done? Has it been an effective catalyst ever? Count up the number of times it has, and count up the number of times it hasn't. And even multiply the number of times that it has by 8. And that ratio. AI stocks are heating up, so Mullen may have to wait a little. Okay. Um, 150 to 2. These people say 5 to 6. Is a short squeeze just a temporary jump in price before it comes back down to a reasonable level? Pretty much, depending on the news that promoted it, might have a higher level of support, though. A temporary jump in price before it comes back down to a reasonable level. I mean, we see that too on all these. Look at the trading volume in this. Look at how the trading volume went crazy in 2022. That's wild. 6-month candles. Yeah. 6-month candles. First half of 2022 in one candle. It's a little too much. A little too much. I can do quarters maybe. So yeah, 2022. Whole time. 7 billion, 4 billion, 4 billion, 12 billion. 12 billion shares traded in the fourth quarter of 2022. Look at that. God. And what have I got on here? It's restricting the, there's a line, but really now that is that this, wow, that's wild. Okay. We're gonna have to put this. I mean, this isn't just find this to be interesting. Like that's like some intense extreme consolidation. I mean, well, it's a 20-cent window zone within this 20 cents. I mean, it's pretty well balanced too. I mean, there's so little trading up here that you can't even see you can't even see the profile over there. I mean, maybe you could make it bigger. You still can barely see it until you scroll over and exclude all this current stuff. So this is where it starts to get interesting now. We might see some overhead supply. Just warning you. Okay, so millions of shares traded. I mean, this too is actually fairly well balanced. It's not that far. There's actually much more buying at these lower levels. I mean, percentage wise, but this is fairly split. And there's actually more selling on a lot of these levels here. Even at the top, which is different. I'm not saying I'm going out to buy this or anything, but of course, this is split adjusted or whatever you want to say, but still in this period, the frothy period of 2021 summer, and we're outside of the value area already there, but for this period, I mean, and the highs were never in it, so meaning there just wasn't as much trading that took place up here, but the levels that did, I mean, these ratios are way more, particularly up here. And you could go into a closer 4-hour candle maybe and see all these pumps, all these dumps. So these volume profile indicators are available in TradingView on the premium plans. So, but I think it's worth it just for that, just for these, but also the ability to put different indicators on and have multiple layouts of charts and things like that, saving charts and notifications, multiple alarms and things like that. But yeah, no. Do you think there will be a pullback Monday at all on Mullen? No, why would there be a pullback? $15 tomorrow for sure. Would Tesla ever buy us out? There's no limit. Mullen to billion. I can't even read that and not want to throw up.
This. So when it comes down to a squeeze, I don't see it having enough to get this high. So
okay, yeah, we already saw all this. That's right. Why did that even come up in AMC anyway? All right, keep it moving here. It's 9 o'clock. Okay, we'll be here until 10. So, or 9:45, let's say. All right. Happening now. So we have a slightly lower futures open. I want to pop over to Tasty Trade and see what they said today. I'm just curious, skipping past any banter about football or whatever. Because I'm just curious to see what they said. Oh, AMC. Oh, oh. What's happening, Chris? How are you doing this evening? It was actually not 14 degrees today, in the 40s. So we took the opportunity to clean out the car a little bit, extract the mats, and do a little detailing. So, and then it got dark. Well, actually, and then it was time to stream. So you left out wordsmith. Well, it was, but you left out wordsmith. So look at this. Is Marantz Rants doing debunk videos now on other YouTubers? I guess so. Fine. Whatever.
Hi guys, welcome back to Marantz Rants. Plenty of good information, a little bit of motivation, a whole lot of truth, no financial advice. So I was looking at my feed. Somebody sent through on the Discord, said I need to check out Ant Trade's channel, and he has a new video that everyone's watching, 20,000 views, 1 day old, and it's telling me that AMC is going to hit all-time highs, and everyone's excited, and so I'm going to watch it. They said go to 4 minutes. All right, we'll go to 4 minutes.
Did you tell him that, Manny?
Ant Trades, I have no idea who you are. I saw your channel, and it has like 10 videos.
Why are you talking to him?
They all have thousands of views, which is cool for you. I'm sure you're not going to be ready for this, but here you go. So let's check you out, bro.
I mean, he's not wrong though.
Not sure if everyone saw my full theory video, so nope. I'm just going to start this over.
Sounds good.
And I'm going to do this from the beginning and pretty much explain to you guys why I'm expecting AMC to see new highs next week. As crazy as that sounds. But my theory is...
It's a pacer.
That does sound crazy.
Not a pacer.
Highs next week? Are we talking like all-time highs? Oh, no. I'll just say no. It's at $6, bro. I just want to remind you, it's at $6. Wow. All right. I'm already going down one path. I'm sorry, Ant Trades. Let's go.
It's solid, guys. It really is. So
what's solid?
We'll start from IPO, do this from the beginning. So really quick.
What's it? I didn't even notice it, I'll be honest.
Not sure if everyone saw my full theory video, so I'm just going to start this over, and I'm going to do this from the beginning and pretty much explain to you guys why I'm expecting AMC to see new highs next week. As crazy as that sounds. But my theory is...
Audio is real hot.
Guys.
That's crazy. When people come through and they say their theory is solid. But I'm listening. Let's go.
It really is. So we'll start from IPO on the stock, which was roughly January 14. Now, I believe that...
We watched this one earlier.
And many other stocks, even cryptos, Bitcoin, they trade on 3-year cycles. So you get a shift.
Guarantee he's going to point out that this is 4 years.
In the trend after every 3 years.
See if he does.
It can go bullish to bearish, bearish to bearish again, bullish to bullish, bullish to bullish. It doesn't have to alternate back and forth. You could have 4 bullish cycles in a row.
3-year cycles.
So just keep that in mind.
Okay. He said 4 bullish cycles in a row. Hold on. So AMC went public in 2013, right? December. So roughly January. It's been public for 9 years.
And it was public before that, actually.
So how could it have 4 bullish cycles in a row? Like, are you just talking about in general? Stocks can do that? Or
probably in general, but...
Talk about this one.
Yeah, a lot of people think, and this isn't a criticism, I'm just saying, AMC was publicly traded before this under a different ticker. I didn't know that until I started looking into it and looking into the history of AMC as a company, which I don't think a lot of people have done. I'll just be honest, but I think it was AMCE is what it was, and it was AMC Entertainment Incorporated, I think, or yeah, probably Incorporated. AMC Entertainment Holdings is what this is. It was a reorganization. So anyway,
because
I think there was a time it was private too, maybe.
Cycle, and you have 9 years worth of data. Like, it's kind of suspect just to say something is going to do this.
Especially because one of them is 4 years.
But hey, I'm all for it. Let's see what you got.
Because I had a lot of people saying, "Oh, so if
I wonder if he watched this before or if he's watching it
the bearish." No, doesn't have to do that.
Okay.
And I'll get into that. So starting with the 3-year cycles, AMC IPOs roughly January 14. 3 years later, roughly January 17. This is an 100% move from IPO. $11 IPO, $22 3 years later. This is a bullish 3-year cycle on AMC. And then from January 17 to January 2020, you have a bear cycle where you have a repeating bear flag over and over and over again until you get to January 2020 where you get a cycle reset. Now,
cycle reset.
Really quickly, this is when this disaster started, when, the CDC announced the outbreak of COVID in January 2020. AMC really wasn't from January 7. IPOs roughly January 14. 3 years.
You're going to point out the 4 years?
Roughly January 17. This is an 100% move from...
I'm watching you talk. Ant Trades. Hi, I'm Marantz. And so charts, right? You're trying to tell me that the chart, the TA, is going to tell you what's going to happen to the stock price. And what charts do, they actually mimic what's happening to the company itself. Like, I'll give you the example. The 14th, when it actually IPO'd and it triggered, right? Citadel's in there. Who hung out for this rip was in 2015, I want to say, 2014, 2015. SAC Capital, who then turned into 0.72. Steve Cohen, they bought in, so that's a rip there. This 14 to 17 run is distressed credit investors that are infiltrating to the stock. If you saw the big dip here, there's a dip right there. Like, I believe that would be 2016. That's when the CEO quit. And then Adam Aaron came in, so then it picked back up. It got all the way to its peak in 2017. But you know what happened December of 2016? They went ahead and bought all these movie theaters. I mean, you had that whole timeline.
That's true.
Movie theaters,
we talked about that.
Movie theaters like This is how it fell off. This is why there's gaps in the chart. This chart mimics what happened to the company, not your cycle theory. Like, where in this chart does it tell you this? Nowhere. I'm just curious, but it's cool. I'm watching a 3-year cycle of a.
I mean, it doesn't. And the thing is, the chart, it's just a log of the prices that stock traded at. That's one piece of the pie, piece of the puzzle. It's the necessary piece. It's the piece, that's what at the end of the day it's about. It, it's kind of it's really close to numerology actually in some ways, like what these people want to do with these patterns and all this kind of stuff. It's a twisted form of numerology, really, because this could exist in a ledger, uh, and you just be looking at the numbers. I'm sure at some point somebody could do that. Maybe they still do. I don't know, but most of that stuff is garbage, and in my opinion, whatever. Um, it's always backward looking. So the numerologist will see the patterns and the numbers after the event occurred. What use is that? They couldn't see it beforehand, otherwise they would have seen it beforehand. Maybe they did and kept it to themselves, but receipts, I just don't buy it. I never have. It's not evidence based, plain and simple.
Run is
And looking at just the price to me is, it's one indicator, but the fundamentals of the company are behind that. This reflects something. This reflects what was happening. So you have to look at what was happening. What was happening in 2021? All these things matter. What's happening now? What's not happening now, etc. So they say the chart tells a story. And Marianne's was kind of saying the same thing, I guess.
Now we have because it hit a peak. Apparently, now we're triggered to have a bull. A bull run. Now it hit a peak. Now we have to have a bear run for 3 years. But why did it keep running down? I mean, that's another whole year from January 20 to January of 2021 is
when it lost year.
So it went down for another. So this 1 year here, that's a 4-year chart there. You're going 3, 4.
There you go.
Are you just trying to make the lines make sense to you?
Yeah.
All right. I'm IPO. $11 IPO, $22 3 years later. This is a bullish 3-year cycle on AMC. Okay. And then from January 17 to January 2020, you have a bear cycle where you have a repeating bear flag over and over and over again until you get to January 2020 where you get a cycle reset. Now,
she didn't say the 3 years.
Quickly, this is when this disaster started. When the CDC announced the outbreak.
Not really.
In January 2020.
No,
it's not really when the disaster started. I mean, of course, COVID was, but look at this. He already said it's in a bear downtrend cycle. It really didn't. I mean, it went lower, but it's already at $6 here. Like, I don't know. That's bullshit.
Didn't? They didn't announce the outbreak till like March or April, February, March. Like, you just can't make up shit, bro. Like, if you're gonna try to make the charts mimic what you're saying, that's one thing. But everybody knows when COVID was announced, so it wasn't in January. That's the first thing. Another thing, when this chart is mimicking, like I can understand. I know the pumps, like the 2018 pump right there on AMC, where like it came back a little bit. That's because they did a special dividend and they offered, like, they got a bond all the way up.
Well, actually, it was in January. I hate to be an asshole, but I mean, it depends on what your definition is. First travel-related case of 2019 novel coronavirus detected in the United States. Tuesday, January 21st, 2020. The first 2019 novel coronavirus case in the United States, in the state of Washington. You remember this? I kind of do. Recently returned from Wuhan, China. So I do actually remember this because, yeah. CDC has been proactively preparing for the introduction of wow, they used to write it like that. I mean, it's COVID-19 in the United States for weeks, including first alerting clinicians on January 8th, 2020, to be on the lookout for patients. Developing guidance, developing a diagnostic test. They were already developing a test in clinical specimens in January of 2020. And they began screening in San Francisco, New York, LAX on January 17th. Okay, I mean, I'm not making this up. This is right here on the CDC's website. So, sorry.
Up to Silver Lake.
Try to be as gentle as I can.
Like, I know these pumps.
Wow.
Don't do this, Hank.
Well,
don't do it.
And of course, yes, but he specifically said the CDC in the United States. But it most definitely not only was here, but they were anticipating it, and it was announced. So, yes, exactly, Lynn.
AMC really wasn't doing too great in that time to begin with, so hedge funds start shorting the stock, thinking, oh, you know, with the COVID lockdowns and everything, we could drive them out of business.
Well, that's where the bullshit's. I mean, that's where all the nonsense. I mean, not where it starts, but that's where the nonsense continues, which is just the next thing he said.
So they short the shit out of the stock. Retail catches on, starts buying it, holding it, never selling.
That's because. Don't do this, Hank. And trades. Don't do it.
AMC really wasn't doing too great in that time to begin with, so hedge funds start shorting the stock, thinking, oh, you know, with the COVID lockdowns and everything, we could drive them out of business.
We can drive them out of it. There's that bullshit. That's wrong. No. And we'll see if Marantz pushes back on that.
And so they short the shit out of the stock. Retail catches on, starts buying it, holding it, never selling it.
That is not what happened. Retail was not in the stock in 2020. Nobody was buying this damn stock. Maybe like a couple of idiots here and there, but nobody was in this damn stock. There was no volume in this stock. Look at your volume markers at the bottom of the chart here. The volume markers on your chart show you that they didn't get into it till January. And it was January all the way through till about April. Like in June. That's June over there. No way. Bro, do you know what triggered the January 28th like run up on the stock? Yeah, they used one to hedge the other, right? They're hedging GameStop at that point. But the convertible bonds triggered. The bonds triggered, and Silver Lake made like 700 something million. Where is it? I have it. Don't I have that here? Sorry, right here. Silver Lake cashes out AMC, and I only have this ready to go. Remember, I'm reacting to you live. I only have this ready to go because I'm actually doing homework on Silver Lake. And Silver Lake triggered for $713 million off the bond. And they did that day. It happened because it triggered. It wasn't because people were buying in. This is January 29th, right here. And you guys want to see how many open, just so you know, and trades, listen. Look at all the tabs I have up top. Do you see all those little tab? I do a lot of homework on my days off like I am today on this stuff, man. So it's not fair that you're talking about something you don't know about. But I'll go back to your video. This is crazy, dude, what you're saying. You're just making up lines to make sense for you. I'll listen. I think I will. No. The shorts, people weren't buying up and it was getting... Adam Aron sells his stock to hedge funds only, guys. He doesn't offer it to the public. He could have. He could do that in 2020. He could have offered all his shares to the public, but no one was going to buy them. The public wasn't buying. The shorters were buying them to short the stock. He was intentionally driving his company to the ground.
What?
He's never offered shares to the public.
Why would short sellers buy shares to
the difference here?
It doesn't make sense.
Like, I want you guys to know that I got a phone going. This is how unedited and real this is. I got a phone going on. Hold on. I'm back. Bro, don't you know the MO?
See that?
This chart doesn't show you anything, but I'll listen.
and then this is the mess that you get because of that. So January 2020 to January 2023, 3 years. Again, this is another bull cycle. From here, it was about 424. We're trading at 606 right now.
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Wait. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying because he confused
this chart
me.
doesn't show you anything, but I'll listen.
I'm confused.
And then this is the mess that you get because of that. So January 2020 to January 2023, 3 years. Again, this is another bull cycle.
Oh yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. So he's going from January 17 to January. Really, this point should. He's saying. Wait, where is the second one? 17, 18, 19, and up to 20? Because if it's 17 through 19, that's only 2 years. Or 3 years. But wait a minute. I'm so confused right now. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Yeah, he's missing like this doesn't make sense. That's for sure. And there is an extra year, or there's a year missing, however you want to look at it. But now I thought he was going from 17 to 21, right? 4 years. But now he's saying 20 to 23 in this 3-year period. So 2020 is not the lost year, it's the year that counts in both cycles, I guess. It's the pivotal year, one could maybe say. Okay, I think I figured it out. Boy, that's
company itself.
Makes my brain hurt.
Example, the 14th when it actually IPO'd and it triggered in
Okay,
2015. And this is
January 2020.
Okay.
January 2020.
All right, here it is.
I'll listen.
And then this is the mess that you get because of that. So January 2020 to January 2023.
Yeah,
years. Again,
he's using that year twice.
Another bull cycle. From here, it was about 424. We're trading at 606 right now.
Hold on. You're trading at 606 right now, so that makes it a bear. Hold on. Bro, if you do this...
I thought you said it was a bull cycle.
2 weeks ago, the stock was even below the 4. So is it a bear cycle now? Like 3 weeks ago, this stock was $3.
That's why you can't use... It doesn't make sense at all.
You're ridiculous.
Probably about a 40% move or so. That's another bull cycle that we got from June. You know, we've been going down this whole time. I mentioned this too. This is a descending wedge, which is
the most.
This is bullish, and we just broke out of it.
It's not necessarily bullish, though. That's the thing. It's not necessarily bullish. It could very well be fucking bearish as fuck. That's like, no. Read about the fucking descending wedge. And there's more to it than drawing 2 fucking lines on a chart that's going down. If that were the case, every chart that goes down would be bullish. And that's non-fucking sense. I'm getting sick of these idiots. Like, no, you have no fucking clue. None. Draw 2 lines and it's a fucking bullish, broadening, descending wedge for 20 fucking months. Get out of here.
That's a 2-year chart. You're showing me a 2-year chart of a bull flag, right? Of a downward bull flag, whatever you want to call it. And because I don't even care. Look at this. January 20th is way over there. That's the 3-year. Now for your next 3 years was a bunch of bullshit that happened in the stock. It got manipulated beyond belief. Did your 3-year cycle factor all that in?
I'm expecting to see new highs.
I mean, he says it got manipulated, but when we were watching Eric Muth talk about overhead supply, we see every one of these stocks did that because they were one and done events. And these are the ripples, the aftershocks, the bouncing ball, losing energy as it reaches lower and lower levels with each bounce. not unlike the stock or any of the short squeeze stocks from 2021. So, I mean, we got traded. We got a lot. There was a lot of trading on AMC. Beyond that, it's capitalism, baby.
So that's 3 years there. And okay, so when you get the cycle reset here, the algo starts running this pattern here.
Okay.
These 3 fractals that I've talked about a million times with you guys. You get this movement here that leads up to the rip in January.
Okay.
Now I know I mentioned that this is, I say, oh, we hit all-time highs here. Obviously we didn't because the stock price was higher back here. But for the sake of argument, for simplicity's sake, I say all-time highs. Really, I'm just running a fib extension off this, and that's where you're getting your peak. So I'm going to explain that later. I'm going to try to clear that up a little bit for some people. Now, so January 2020 to January 2020, really, I've talked about a million times with you guys.
He's going to get all-time highs, right?
Movement here that leads up to the rip in January. Now I know I mentioned that this is, I say, oh, we hit all-time highs here. Obviously,
all it was to fill the gap. Do you see the gap there by 2017? There's a gap, and that run up just filled the gap. That's all it did, and it came right back. But like, there's so many things that there's explained on this chart. This guy,
obviously, there. I really haven't looked at this chart beyond 2021, but going in reverse. But yeah, you got a key level here for sure.
And trades, I'm gonna tell you something, man. You can't do this kind of stuff. You can't just draw lines and tell people it's gonna hit all-time highs just to fit some type of narrative because you're getting clicks and views. This is the wrong way to do it. Go ask Astro.
But the thing is, that's why he is getting it. It's a chicken or egg problem.
It's gonna ruin your life, brother. I'm trying to help you.
Chicken or egg.
Completely wrong. With your own chart, I'm looking at your chart. Your chart has a 3, a 4-year, and then a 2-year. And you called it 333. That doesn't make sense either. Because the first run was 3 years worth. I mean, I don't know where you started out with that number and why it's wrong, but your boxes here that you made, they don't match either. I'll explain.
Actually, we didn't because the stock price was higher back here. But for the sake of argument, for simplicity's sake, I say all-time highs. Really, I'm just running a fib extension off this, and that's where you're getting your peak. So I'm gonna.
I gotta speed this up. I'm starting to get a headache.
Clear that up a little bit for some people. Now,
yeah, make up a lie for some people.
January 2020 to January 2023. So now we're expecting a cycle reset, right? So from January 2020.
Well, depends on if you go for the 4-year, the 3-year, or the 2-year plan. What'll it be?
2026. I'm gonna get into what I'm thinking is gonna happen.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bullish one. Yeah, this year.
This is very clearly looking like we're.
So from January 23 to January 26, you're going to have what? Bankruptcy? Like, I'm trying to figure out what this chart shows me. Like, you're trying to tell me, and I already know what you're trying to say. You're saying that it's going to happen again. That history is repeating itself. Where on the chart does it show me the banks are going to waive covenants? Like, did you factor that? Oh, that just happened to happen because the chart has to match. Where on this chart is trades? Where's Adam Aaron? Where's the media? Where are the YouTubers? Where are you on this chart? Manipulating the stock to say it's going to do something that it's not going to do. And trades. I'm looking at the same cycles you're saying, right? 3 years of cycles, then it has 3 boxes of these sideways deals for a year, or whatever you're calling it. Well, the next 3 years, you're putting the boxes within the 3-year. How does that even make sense? You don't get to just make the chart mimic whatever the hell you want it to say. This chart is not reading the way you're explaining it.
We're getting another bullish cycle here. We broke out. This is a descending falling wedge. It's a bullish reversal pattern, and we broke it to the upside. So
that's word for word what Trey said almost.
Looks like we're going to get some continuation to the upside. It looks like we're going to...
It's not necessarily a bullish reversal pattern, by the way, too. It is not necessarily a bullish reversal pattern. There are other requirements. It's like I said, if that were the case, every stock going down would be in a goddamn wedge, reversal wedge, just waiting to explode to new all-time highs. That's not how it works.
Another 3-year bull cycle here. That's just what it looks like to me. I'm expecting...
And that is not predetermined at the beginning of this period. That is absurd. We're starting a new 3-year bull cycle. No, you're not. You think that it's all predetermined. Go fuck yourself.
How is it another 3-year bull
cycle? Fucking ridiculous.
I'm trying to figure this out. You had a 4-year bear cycle over here. The one in the middle.
Like,
now you had 2 years of
the worst.
and you're trying
some
to
of the worst shit we've seen.
But you're forgetting that.
Be honest, it's some of the worst, most
get into that.
absurd,
Really quickly, I want to show
egregious
you guys
bullshit.
Listen, guys, I've been.
And it's not hard to see why so many people are like, "Oh wow, oh wow, I haven't felt this good about AMC in so long," which is in the comments here. So really, it's especially conniving and manipulative grifter who comes in this point with such a such a bullishly simple thing, like so simple that apparently he didn't bother to make sure his numbers were right, and most likely he knows that his audience won't, and that's a fucking problem. Like, that's seriously a problem. um I also think he obviously is ignorant, doesn't know what he's talking about, but that's probably why it's bullishly simple, I guess. So maybe it's not as ingenious as I want to believe it is, to give it some redeeming quality. But this is terrible. I mean, it is like an extension of Trey, I feel like, um, with even less detail and truth. It's terrible. This is absolutely
studying this chart for a very, very
wretched.
Long time. My YouTube account is fairly new. It's probably 2 or 3 weeks old at this point. And it's gained popularity pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And, some people call it hopium. Some people think I'm spreading bullshit.
Yep.
Really, I'm just presenting you guys with facts. This is, research I've done on my own and coincidences and things that I found.
Coincidences.
I mean, it's not the first time, Manny.
Okay. The Mayans and the Incas used to look up at the stars. And they used to tell the world, and they had a calendar, and it said the world ends in 2012. 11 years later, I'm sitting here watching your stupid ass video.
And, the way that I've seen the stock move. So I'm going to go into the bars pattern, but really quickly, for anyone who hasn't seen this yet, I've been comparing this breakdown out of this flag here in November. These 3 fractals here, I've been comparing these.
You know what they called this flag? I mean, they said, how many times did Trey move that fucking line over? How many times? Probably dozens. I mean, they had to have been. This is exactly what they tried to do. Now, I mean, it's so funny because we could go to any random video by Trey, I bet, from that period, if they were still on. Of course, they're not. I don't think. Didn't he take them all down? That's too bad. I know there's some out there though somewhere. I even probably do on my other computer, but maybe he still does have them. Oh no, he doesn't. Wow, he left these. These are the ones he left. Okay. All right. Well, it's on some of these for sure. It's got to be. AMC and DTCC rule. Yeah, that was a good one. It did that. It totally did. It totally helped. Nasty gap. God. It's almost, wow, this is so ridiculous. Okay. I don't know. Let's see if he shows it. Wow, this is so old.
Just
1 year ago, but it's from May 2021. Yeah, 1 year. That's that ape math. It's fucking ape math. Jesus Christ. And that's YouTube. Look at him before he started doing drugs.
It's the day of the day. It could be if it
hard drugs. Jesus Christ. Look at it. He looks 10 years younger. He does.
No comment there. Can't believe we've got this many freaking apes just pumped.
Well, that's May. That's a little early. Okay, I'm gonna give myself that one. That was a little early. And I'll say, it is because every one of these says a fucking year ago, and 20. I guess because it wasn't strictly 2 years ago, but I mean, still, that does not help me. That does not help me. I guess I'm gonna have to go newer then. I don't even know what I'm doing here. The spring load. Where is it? Which 1 year ago is this from?
What's up?
June 4th. Oh, okay, that's a little early still. Synthetic shares. We need him at his new setup. Trey with the goddamn eye patch. I'm glad he left that one. Here we go. Maybe. September 1st. He's got to have it on here now. I know he does. He has to. Where is it? Well, he's not even there. It's just a live chart. Why? Why? That's what I say. Okay, he's making a fucking liar about me. Apes aged faster than presidents during the last 3 years. He's had this wedge on here.
Oh,
towards the end, maybe. Towards the end. At the end. I mean, certainly at the end. Let me find that. That's right. I don't know if it shows it though. Oh yeah.
Of AMC, guys. All that I can tell you is what the chart says. You see, if we were in a bearish triangle, if AMC was in a bearish setup, I would tell you we look fucking bearish, okay? But it's not. It is a falling, broadening fucking wedge. That is.
Remember this wedge? Hey, ants, trades. Were you around for this wedge? This one here? Yeah, this one drove this guy insane. So this is what's coming for you. Look how old he looks comparatively.
I don't know what else to say. All right?
What a
Listen
dick.
to what I'm saying. This is a bullish reversal pattern that is spanned for 15 fucking months.
15 months.
Go up. I don't know what to tell you right now. Take a fucking breather.
This was in September though. This was in September. Wow. This will never get old.
Jesus. Listen, all right, listen. I understand. I'm an AMC guy. I know it. I get it. People don't want me to do anything else. I fucking get it. I get it. I'm an AMC guy. I get it. Okay? But
He even tried buying the stock and that didn't work. Imagine that. He says he did.
I can't do anything about the fucking stock price. I can't do anything about it. All that I can tell you is what it looks like. It's in a falling broadening wedge that has an inverse head and shoulders. I can't fuck.
Wow, now it's an inverse head and shoulders too. It is? Oh, I guess that point down there is the head, supposedly. A falling broadening wedge is not necessarily bullish either. So, good job, Trey.
I can't fucking say anything else.
Here it is. Almost. Wow, he looks like he's like full of rage right there. Scary. Or it's all, contrived.
Listen, I sit on these streams.
Yeah, stocks break patterns all the time. If it
whatever music I want to listen to, having a fucking blast, teaching people shit for free. What
Here it is.
do you fucking want from me? Get off my dick!
Did he end the stream right there? It looks like he did. He rage quit his own fucking stream. That's epic. That's epic, Trey. All right, I think we get the point here. We watched this video once. I can't stand to watch this guy again. Ants trades. I'm literally getting a headache from how fucking dumb that shit is. Oh wow, look at this guy. Look at this grifter right here. Look at that grifter. I mean, not bad, huh? For an amateur Illustrator user. Okay. And fuck AMC. There are 8,000 other stocks. Actually more if you count the OTC boards, which the apes do. So We'll take one last peek at the futures and see if there's any news, I guess, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if it matters, but I'll show you. Let's see. So dollar is seemingly trending up. Stocks are down a little bit. A little bit. Energy's up a little bit, I think. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Natural gas is 1.5%. Substantial, I guess. Bonds, 10 years still trading at that 129 level. The one that Don Kaufman at TheoTrade said if it goes below, look out for tech stocks. All right, let's see. Here's one. So this is actually, I'm not sure what this is here. Oh shit. Oh, it's gonna be way too loud. Uh-oh. Turn that down, I think. Posting over in Telegram, so we'll check him out on here. And I did watch one of the videos. I guess it needed to be louder after all.
Hey, how we doing today? This is Oliver's Papa. I made a comment the other day on Twitter on a thread that Adam Aaron.
I do remember this video actually because that's Oliver, and we hear in the background, right?
The tins for the Jurassic Park opening this weekend, I believe it is, and some other investor.
So this was from a bit ago.
Our free popcorn and stuff like that, which I think was.
So when's this from?
Rather civil. He and I follow each other.
June 26th.
On Twitter. He followed a lot of people in the beginning. And my question to him was simple: is when pounce? You guys know what that means. That's in reference to a tweet or.
Wow! Look at those old futures.
It was the last shareholder
from June. We're gonna look at Redbox too, though.
Where he said, where he had mentioned that he was listening to his shareholders, that he understood that we had concerns about the movement of ticker symbol AMC.
Oh, did he really? Yeah.
Organic, or we know the answer to this, but we were putting the ball in his court, and he said, we'll pounce when the time is right. Well, the time is right. And
whoops.
One of these people who worship, these people were in love.
Oh my God! That lovely decline in volume.
All of this stuff, and yeah.
Oh my God! It was $18. Fuck.
Yeah.
No, that's well. I'll end on. Okay.
Very inspirational. Very cool. Problem is, cool, inspirational, and all that stuff isn't what puts food on my table. When I invest in a company, I understand that I'm taking a risk with my money. You don't put in more than you're willing to lose. But what I do expect.
Morantz recently claimed he discovered Oliver's Papa before you did.
Investing in has my best.
Well, I don't know when he claimed it was that he found him, but
part of that.
We looked at him on June 26, 2022.
Making sure
so
that my ticker symbol, the price of.
I'm assuming that since it's being brought up,
is moving with integrity, and we already know the answer to that when it comes to AMC, GME, and probably a number of others. I don't think it's unfair. I don't think it's shilly. I've got people who are half my age explaining to me what a CEO does, and yeah, I know what a CEO does.
I laughed then too.
But,
that's funny.
He also bears a responsibility to his shareholders to make sure that the money that we've invested in his company, our company,
go to jail.
For us again,
miss that, Avatar.
That our stock, our security, is not being abused, manipulated. Our orders being parked. The price action is bogus. We've known this. We've known this for a long time.
Wasn't this guy like talking about all the grifters and stuff recently, and then go back to June 10th, and he's talking like this.
Some people have known it.
Yeah. See, and I don't think this was the first. This wasn't even the first video that Manny shared. I don't think. I mean, I'm sure that he remembers better than I do, but because I said that in this old stream here, because he was talking about the grifters. I had already seen at this point, I had already seen a video of him talking about various grifters, of which I can't remember. I think he was sitting in his truck maybe, or sitting in his car. I don't know. I could be wrong. And if he purged his channel, I
like me have.
I don't know.
And again, I ask you, I said, where is the shill comment? This is my money. I'm not in this for class warfare. I'm not in this because I want to make a statement. I don't give a shit if your market's fair when I'm done with this play, because I'm gone. I'm out of there. I'll tell you what, though, the money that's parked in there now, I want to know that the money is being honored. I want to know that my ticker symbol moves with integrity. And if I can't ask the CEO that question, if he is somehow
seems like more of a market question
responsibility, because it's his job to build the company. No shit, Sherlock. I know.
I don't know what this is. Should I click it?
His job is
to make you rich.
To protect the integrity of the stock. If not, then
it is to make you rich. I was right,
Mr. Aaron.
Clearly, it happened. Oh God, it didn't work. Fake News Friday. Oh, is he going to be well, we might save that for next time because it's already getting late. So, I mean, that's what happened to it? Where did it go? Did I really do it on the wrong?
And that's it.
I guess so. I don't know why I would do that. Well, anyway, how does this stream end, by the way? It's not one where I fell asleep, is it? Broken. Oh, look at that. Oh yeah, but that's right. Oh, Raven. Haven't heard from Raven in a while. Hope he's doing all right. Intro is crazy. I literally now have a pounding headache. Not from that, but there was Lou. That's what was the links there. Go check it out. He was in his car. Oliver's Papa, the other video. So there was another video. I thought there was. I mean, seemed like there was. The last days of the AMC apes. Reverse split coming nightmare. I'm going heavy into ape on Monday. The last days of AMC IOUs and synthetics. Why I waited to come back to AMC. Well, I'm going to go with the last one, 20 minutes ago.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Saturday night. All right, I'll break it into two videos. Let me do the fun one first. Okay.
Saturday night.
The night before
Saturday?
The reverse split.
No, it's Sunday.
Okay. The night before everybody's soul is
taken
away to another universe.
No.
My question, like I said, I posed it earlier.
I mean, he's looking at the same grifters I'm looking at. Why would I need to look at his channel to get ideas? Yeah, that's not. I don't need. I don't take ideas. And if I did, and in fact I did actually, not from Marantz Rants, but from Eric Muth about overhead supply. The guy that I found talking about overhead supply, and we looked at the video earlier in this stream. So I will, give credit where credit's due. That's what you're supposed to do. And why would I claim to, anyway, yeah, it just doesn't make sense. There's no need to steal ideas from anybody in this. It'd be one thing if there were, but I mean, shit. Well, I mean, and I'm not even going to go where Lynn's going here, but I'm not going to disagree with it.
But
in fact, it even happened. How about that? Somebody's fact checking a video. I fact checked the fact. I mean, you can't make this shit up. I mean, COVID was announced in 2020. I mean, that's the reality of it. I mean, in January 2020. Of course, it was announced in 2020, but the first case was in January. Huh. That just happens to be
This
the
is more in
truth.
detail. What drink are you going to drink to
That's why you look shit up before you talk,
the end of
or you look it up
AMC,
while
and
you
what
talk.
meal are you going to have as your final meal before the mayhem starts? Because, okay,
You're not going to be able to afford anything,
I know for
or
a
what?
fact you ain't going to be eating. You ain't going to be doing nothing. Nobody's going to have sex for like a week. Some of you don't even have sex now. But honey, it wasn't me. It was AMC. That's messed up. Let me get back on track. Okay. So tell me what your last meal is going to be before your shares get popcorned. When they go from APE to AMC and they vote on those shares to be created in order to be dumped and everything else, and you're waiting for your digits to pop up in your broker the next morning. Tell me, what drink and what meal are you going to have? Because I know you ain't going to eat the next day. I mean, it's just not possible. Can you imagine the next day? 2 seconds. Can you imagine the next day after the numbers hit and there's a run up? Imagine if there's a run up for, listen. The only way a downturn will happen is if there's a massive like dump from AMC, but that wouldn't serve a purpose for them because they need the price to be high before they dump. Remember, I said this is a one-time, one bullet in the gun only. Okay, then they gotta wait to get approval for more shares. So that next morning, a cup of coffee, talk to Jesus. I don't know, rub your lucky charm.
This is not what I thought this was going to be.
Because that day,
unless
eyes are going to be on that number, what happens? And it might be, I'm going to tell you something, it might last more than one day. Because maybe the first day, he's like in this like weird, barcoding, whatever. And the second, and also the third day it goes somewhere. So anyway, listen, this is not only just craziness after an reverse split. This is AMC. So let me know what you're gonna have for a drink before.
Oh God.
Any of this nonsense, and then the meal, and then tell me what are you going to have to celebrate after this is officially done, and there is no more apes, and there is no.
What is he doing here? He's mining data somehow. This is a scam.
They don't want that. They want you to stay ape forever. But I'm calling it here: the end of apes, and AMC short squeeze is coming. It's okay. We can go find another stock, or we can go hunt XRP or a couple of other cryptos. We'll be just fine.
Oh,
this dog, we're putting this motherfucker down. This dog ain't gonna hunt no more. So, Giant Love, you know what to do. Let me know.
I mean, he's probably right about that. I could see that happening. That's a possibility. Oh, why did it change that? Well, whatever. I mean, there's a number of things that could happen. I mean, what on this chart indicates anything other than that, really? That's the question. And to that I have not heard any reasonable explanation. All right, fine, I'll do it. Right at the beginning, I don't want to see this.
It's not rigged.
Well, as you can see, I didn't sleep. I didn't sleep. I loved it. I had great time researching all the videos that we were making. And for those of you guys who actually pay for the member service only part, you guys are getting the behind the scenes look of like what I do and when I do it and why I do it. So you guys got the clips. There's already 5 episodes.
Oh, there is?
If you don't know how to get
shit, I'm not seeing it. Maybe I missed it. Maybe I looked at the wrong one. No, that doesn't. Put just the time. Can you put just the timestamp part? The and T part, the and T ampersand T equals. It's not coming through. Even on the link, even when I like copy the link address, it doesn't come through. No, I don't have the timestamp part. 45 minutes. Oh, but that's it's in seconds, right? So shit. 2700. Is it in seconds? Is it 2700? Oh God. All right, let's try this.
The crew. These guys are hilarious. So there's 10 of them that all hang out together, and they come in this channel all the time.
No.
Tell me why they broke down and reviewed Oliver's Papa's video yesterday.
Broke down?
How did you even know that video exists, Scott? Oh, because you're watching this channel. There's no way any of those guys know that Oliver's Papa channel exists. Oliver Papa had 80 subscribers until yesterday. He had 30.
Guess who was one of those subscribers, bitch?
When I subscribed. How the hell do you guys now? This is the channel you want to review? That's cool. Give them some.
That's an amateur move.
I don't have a problem with that. I love Oliver's Papa, but I'm just saying you know that you're watching this channel and you're a snake and you're sitting here lurking. That's all I'm saying. Come get your free membership, Scott. You're welcome.
Free membership? That's funny. That's funny. 29 subscribers too late. And that's yeah. Wow. Okay. I mean, yeah. He's overvaluing us. We go in there all the time. He's overvaluing us. I mean, shit. Yeah. Like, so yeah, then that was, this was June 26th when we talked about this, or when we showed this video. How many subscribers did he have then? Watch one of the videos. It seems like it's pretty legit.
Hey, how we doing?
Come on, that's back when my internet was dreadfully slow.
I made a comment the other day.
18 subscribers. Granted, I apparently had not. I don't know if I'm subscribed to it. As a rule, I don't subscribe to any of these channels. Pretty much, I don't want the YouTube algorithm to prioritize it, but you know, you can't not have it do that. But it says here he has 18 subscribers. So we've been watching this group here, all 10 of us. We've been watching this guy since he had 18 subscribers, bro. So I mean, you know what? You know what this calls for? Fuck it. You know, I don't care. Doesn't matter anyway. Happily divorced. I mean, you know, there's a quote. I don't know if Badback's still around here. I gotta find this quote though.
You full of shit. Full of shit. And you need to quit. Baby, you full of shit. Full of shit. Full of shit. And you need to quit.
Okay, I think I got it, maybe.
I met you.
But anyway, you know, like, this is all, it's all fair, you know, as far as I'm concerned. There's nothing nefarious here. It's like, did it happen? Yes or no? Is it right? Is it correct? Can it be verified? Well, I mean, yes, it can. Everything pretty much can. So I don't know. Whatever. I'm the bad guy, though. That's hilarious. But anyway, and I'll tell you, yeah, no. The notion that we would get ideas from another channels doing something similar. I mean, like I said, if I did, I would say, hey, I saw, and I've done that. I've done that before. I did it earlier in the stream. Hey, here's where I got this idea from. And I've mentioned that before too. But anyway,
you're a woman, but you think you're an alpha male till you're laying on the ground, bleeding like hell, begging.
That's funny. I know Manny found that the other day, and I actually didn't look at it yet. So I like to look at these things when I'm doing this, so I can have a genuine reaction. But anyway, yeah, I mean, a lot of these people make stuff up, and it's really frustrating. But divorcee.
You don't trust me?
Look at this. He's playing in Texas. He's playing in Rockford, Illinois.
I'll break your neck, ho.
I saw somebody say that. I think Model 3 Dude said that. And somebody screenshotted it into Telegram. But that's funny. I love that phrase, living rent-free in someone's head. I always have. Let's see here.
You getting famous hanging around me.
So let's see. Oh, I got something. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's funny how that happens. Like I've always said, this shit debunks itself. You just have to put any effort into it. But here's Chat GPT. Well, let's see what it says. Let's see.
You're destroying. You're such an envelope pusher.
I've already asked at the base, the obvious ones. Will AMC stock have a short squeeze? Will the stock market go higher next week? What is communal narcissism? It knew that, but it's not a financial advisor. So if it wants to say, don't trust me. Are there any examples of financial cults? What is the best way to get rich? Getting rich requires discipline, hard work, and a smart financial plan. Here's some common strategies. Live below your means. Invest in a diverse portfolio. Increase your income. Stay disciplined. Educate yourself. Yeah, pretty basic. Is there any activity on the stock market on the weekends? So I answered this question earlier. Stock market's closed on the weekends. However, some international ones are open. It's also worth noting that the exchanges are closed. They can provide off-platform trading outside of regular hours, but there's low liquidity, and of course, there's going to be data processing. Basically, yeah, it said as a language model. I do not have the ability to predict future stock performance, including the likelihood of a short squeeze in AMC stock. Market conditions and a variety of other factors can influence the price of a stock and the likelihood of a short squeeze. So it's important to consider multiple sources of information and to consult with a financial advisor before making investment decisions. So I'll tell you, it's pretty good. I mean, I think even you could replace this as a language model as a retail investor. I do not have the ability to predict future stock performance, including the likelihood of a short squeeze. I believe that. So they could copy pasta it. Will the stock market go higher next week? I'm sorry, but I cannot predict future movements in the stock market with certainty. The stock market is influenced by a complex set of factors such as economic indicators, company earnings, global events, investor sentiment, and it can be difficult to predict how these factors will come together to impact stock prices. That's actually pretty good. It's always important to approach investing with caution and to carefully consider your personal financial goals and risk tolerance before making investment decisions. You could do a whole channel with this easily. I mean, you wouldn't, not necessarily short squeeze predictions or stock predictions, but not so bad. All right. So here you go to end this thing. In light of that, I'll catch you guys on the next stream. Have a good one.
Hey, yo, lesson here, babe. You come at the king, you best not miss.